Brahma made him eternal. So eternal means maybe up to this one Manu lifetime तक चलेगा ऐसा हो सकता है.
Prabhu ji, Rahu and Ketu are not two personalities.
Not 2%.
I am still confused on that topic. मैं अभी तक तो राहु केतु एक ही समझता था. अगर आगे आएगा भविष्य में कि केतु कोई और है, राहु का हम बताएं.
But painting में Prabhu ji, I have seen paintings. Rahu Ketu are two personalities, like So,
two heads.
two heads are there.
और अभी तक so far in this हम लोग राहु का ही पढ़ रहे हैं. हो सकता है केतु का भी आया. केतु कैसे आएगा? राहु का एंड हो गया. भगवान ने गला काटा.
Both they get. I heard.
Both get the nectar.
Paintings they show Prabhu ji. Some old.
क्योंकि जैसे ही गला काटा तो सबको पता हो गया कि ये तो फिर सब फ्यूरियस हो गए ना, मरने के लिए, लड़ाई करने के लिए तैयार हो गए. तो उसके बाद तो आगे नेक्टर बांटने का कोई मिला नहीं. आफ्टर कटिंग चॉपिंग
Cutting the Rahu said it's done.
नहीं, we can read little further. अभी पढ़ रहे तो आएगा कुछ नहीं.
Just a moment.
Introduction में
See, here it's saying that the Rahu had, however, having been touched by the nectar, became immortal. That's fact 26. So thus Lord Brahma accepted Rahu's head as one of the planets. Since Rahu is an eternal enemy of the moon and the sun, he always tries to attack them on the night of the full moon and the dark moon.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we welcome everyone for today's program. I'll request all the participants to please turn on your cameras if possible. I will hand over to Basughosh Prabhu to convene the meeting. Thank you for participating again. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So, welcome to ISKCON Baltimore's memorial service for Jasomatinandan Prabhu. So, the system that we're going to follow today is that general Vaishnava etiquette, where we call on the sannyasis first and then Prabhupada disciples. We have no fixed time for the speakers. We didn't allot timings due to circumstances. So that and then also for to break the monotony of people only speaking, every half an hour we're going to show some video clip just for everyone's information. We started out with the video clip of the Jayanila Premadhana, which is usually sung on this type of occasion. So I'm looking at the list of participants, and I see Bhakti Marg Swami is available with us. So Bhakti Marg Maharaj, you could begin. You're one of the senior leaders of ISKCON, GBC member and sannyasi. So you could be the first speaker today. Maharaj, you're still muted. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. So
Thank
it's our humble request to keep it to 5 minutes, but we won't cut you off if you go longer.
Oh, That's very kind of you. All right. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much for this opportunity for me to engage in, saying a few words about our God brother, Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I do apologize.
Maharaj, your sound is cut off again. Maharaj, your sound is cut off. Somehow it's muted. He can't hear me.
Started in America,
Okay.
and of course I live in Canada, which is close to America. But my tie-in with him is meeting him in India at festivals, Mayapur, Vrindavan, and he invited me over a few times in the past to his temples, like particularly Ahmedabad, and to engage in to bring my theater troupe over he would host a big cultural event, rent a hall somewhere, and invite all of his people to come and see, some drama presentation in English for his congregants. And so it happened a few times. One year I went with Lokamangala, who's a veteran. He's deceased now, an American devotee who played interesting characters on the stage, and also Bhakta Peter from Canada. One year we did a 2-hour, 3-man Mahabharata presentation, believe it or not. And what was really fun about that presentation was we have all the main features of the story of the Mahabharata there. And then we spilled over into some scenes from the Bhagavatam. And there's one scene where Yudhishthir Maharaj, the actor who plays Yudhishthir, is observing all the ill omens of Kali Yuga, setting in. And in our production in Ahmedabad, in this one particular massive hall, when Yudhishthir is noticing how everything is sort of falling apart and becoming dark, at that time, some bats, a whole bat family came in from outside, and they were fluttering around Yudhishthir just above his head, and it sort of added to the ambiance of darkness and gloominess. And after the whole program was over, Jasomatinandan, he came to us, the actors, and he said, "How did you do that? How did you bring those props in right on time, right on cue?" So we just had a good laugh. And always Jasomatinandan was a supporter of culture, promoting culture. And the last time we did a program was by his mercy. He flew some of us, and some of us came on a train, a very big production about King Bharat and the 3 lives of Bharat, who later became a deer and then became Jada Bharat. And again, the audience was very appreciative of what we're doing. My connection with a lot of God brothers is not always with them directly, but with their children, their kids. So his eldest son, Nandu, I had the pleasure of working with in dramas and so on. And I also engaged him one time. He came to Canada, and we went to the East Coast, right to the furthest place you can go by the Atlantic Ocean. And Nandu is a very talented young boy, and I always thought he had lots of potential. I know that, I'll say this kind of from my heart. I know he's had lots of challenges, and maybe the relationship between father and son could have been a little more solid, but it is what it is. And I know that Nandu, he had lots of potential then, and he still has lots of potential. I know that in his heart, he has some feeling for Prabhupada, and the whole culture. So I would just say that Jasomatinandan was a grahasta who had lots of children, and they're good children, they're beautiful children. And I think that this is one contribution that grahastas can make to the Vaishnava culture, that is to breed lots of good children and help populate the world with, with quality people. So I admire Jasomatinandan for that. I would say that he's a very strong Prabhupada man. He was very transfixed on Prabhupada's mission and what Prabhupada wanted to do, which was to spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world. And Jasomatinandan did that so well, especially in Gujarat, where he opened many centers. So I think he's a shining example, a forerunner of what is what a Grahasta devotee Vaishnava does in our movement, and we need more people like him. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu, if you can hear me, I offer my respects at your lotus feet, and I would love to do some service for you again in the future. If you do have some more children that you want to send my way, I'll happily engage them in some theatrical services. Thank you very much. I know my time is limited, and I hope I kept within my time slot. Thank you for all the nice devotees you've made over there in India and around the world. You've transformed many people, and so I need your blessings so that I can do the same. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Maharaj. It was kind of you to join us. We appreciate and thank you so much.
Thank you, Basagosh. Thank you.
So I see Shesha Prabhu and Ambarish Prabhu in that order. I would request them. Shesha Prabhu, you could unmute. Where is Shesha Prabhu? Can you unmute? Did you unmute?
Yeah, I unmuted. Unmuted.
So Shesha Prabhu, thank you for joining us today. And we're just humbly requesting everyone to limit it to 5 minutes, but we won't cut you off. So, you can begin.
Thank you very much, Basagosh Prabhu, and all the devotees for this opportunity to say a few words about Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I'll start by offering my respects to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada and to all the Vaishnavas. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminite Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Vacharane Nirvishesha Sumnivari Paschachade Sadhana. Of course, there are many things that can be said about a Vaishnava like Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I think we're fortunate to have had the opportunity to associate with him. And I want to take you back to one of the last times that I saw our dear God brother and had some exchange with him. A few years ago, the GBC was engaged in a dialogue with the India Bureau, and we had a meeting in Mumbai. Vasu Ghosh will remember, Devakinanda Prabhu will remember. And that meeting was after Jasomatinandan Prabhu had his stroke. And so I think it's probably one of the first times he came out and interacted with a large group of devotees from the time of his stroke. And I remember going up to meet him. I believe he was in a wheelchair. And just seeing him look up from his seated position in the wheelchair, just looking into his eyes and his smile, I could understand how much he appreciated being in that assembly of his God brothers. So I think that that was important for him, and it certainly was important for me to be able to see that in his eyes. Indeed, I was chairing that meeting, and a little while later, while looking at Jasomatinandan, I actually became choked up. I couldn't speak, and it lasted for a couple of minutes. I hope I didn't disturb the meeting by doing it, but I was just so happy to see Jasomatinandan Prabhu in that assembly of God brothers discussing important topics about Srila Prabhupada's movement. In my estimation, Jasomatinandan was a very special devotee in the eyes of Srila Prabhupada. He was what, to Prabhupada, Jasomatinandan, and this is just my own expression, I don't claim to be exclaiming the absolute truth here, but it's based on my feelings of love for Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I think that, I feel that he was just what Prabhupada was looking for to spread his movement. An educated, young Indian man who could move in Western society as well as in India society, and thus be an international devotee of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness that he was. And I believe Prabhupada not only was looking for someone like that and just plugged him in, but he had a great deal of affection for Jasomatinandan too, and trust in him. And perhaps that's the most important thing, the trust he displayed in Jasomatinandan Prabhu. He called him at the time when he was forming the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust in Mumbai, made him a trustee of that, entrusted Jasomatinandan Prabhu with translating his books into Gujarati. And we all can appreciate, some of us more than others, particularly Basu Ghosh Prabhu, because he also works in Gujarat. But Prabhupada turned that whole state over to him, and we look and see ISKCON's presence now, even to the point where Prime Minister Modi, also Gujarati, ex-chief minister of Gujarat, recognized personally Jasomatinandan Prabhu for his contribution. This is tremendous verification of the special and powerful quality of Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And so, with his passing, we have a great loss. I recall that when I was working in the Gurukula in Vrindavan, that was a time when his boys were in the Gurukula. I think Nandu had passed through already, but some of the younger sons were there. And every time he would come to visit his sons in the Gurukula, he would invite me for prasadam. We'd go to the Krishna Balam restaurant. And there was no need to do that. He just did it out of the warmth of his heart. And we had some nice association and exchanges during those times. What can I say? I mean, he had that special, probably had a special eye for Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And he engaged him and Jasomatinandan Prabhu reciprocated so sincerely with his heart and dedication to Srila Prabhupada. And he gave up so many things to simply serve Srila Prabhupada. You can see it even now if you see those photos of Yaso walking with Prabhupada on Juhu Beach. Take a look at those photos. I have since Jasomatinandan Prabhu departed. I've looked at those photos and look into his eyes, look into Prabhupada's eyes. You'll see, I'm not just making this up. This is truly how I feel about his relationship with Srila Prabhupada being very, very special. And so now we have to say our goodbyes until we meet again in Prabhupada's service somewhere else. I think Bhakti Mark correctly points to his family members. We share their grief and hope for them as they follow in their father's footsteps in Prabhupada's service. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jasomatinandan Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you, Shesha Prabhu. Thank you very much for your nice speech and for attending. It's kind of you. So I asked Ambarish Prabhu to speak next. And after Ambarish Prabhu, Hari Vilas Prabhu is there. Ambarish Prabhu, can you unmute yourself?
I see Svavas is there also.
Yeah,
I mean,
I saw.
I would defer to Svavas.
No, Prabhu, I already called your name, but
Okay, all right.
Swavas is there, and Radhe Sham from Pune has to go.
Okay,
He has to go, but
okay.
I mean,
I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick. Anyway,
no, it's
Namam
okay.
Vishnupadaya, Christmas Day, Putaleshima. Jai. Thank you, Yaso, for asking me to participate in this. I came to Krishna consciousness through Detroit, the way Yaso did. Unfortunately, he had already gone to India by the time I came around. But I heard on his Prabhupada memory that he had shaved up to get his initiation. I think he was initiated in Detroit or Chicago. And he was so embarrassed that he decided not to go back to work. So he ended up by going to India. And of course, I didn't have a lot of contact with people in India in the beginning of my service to Prabhupada. I did meet Yaso in Mumbai when I came to India for the first time, 1975. I was there for a couple of months, so I was on some of those morning walks. So, he was what Prabhupada always would say, a Vaishnava is a perfect gentleman. So he was a perfect gentleman. And I didn't really have a lot of contact with him over the years until my wife and I and Braj Vilas went to Gujarat to fundraise for the TOVP. And Jasomatinandan opened all of Gujarat to us and welcomed us and was a perfect host and gave us such a nice welcome. And all of the devotees in his area were very much like him. Were very welcoming and very, cordial and loving. And that just came through. It came all from him. So, it was very important for us when we went there. It's so much easier for us when we go somewhere to fundraise for the TLVP if the leadership is embracing. And he was very embracing, and it was so nice to be with him. And, this was after he'd had his stroke, but still he was extremely potent, extremely powerful. And, I had watched some videos of classes of his, and even after his health problems, he was not diminished in the least. And he was so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. So I always admired him and followed in his footsteps for his dedication to Prabhupada. No matter what Srila Prabhupada has asked us to do, we have to be as loyal and as vigilant as possible in trying to carry out our duty to Srila Prabhupada. So he was a hero to me, and was so nice to spend time with him in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, and also Surat. So it was really very sweet that we were able to have some time together. And the 2020 or 2020 has been a rough year. We've lost Yaso now, and we lost Bhakti Charu Swami. And it's been a rough year. We're losing many of our wonderful stalwart leaders in ISKCON. And I would advise the younger generation to take advantage of us old guys and try to get some association and try to soak up some culture or whatever, soak up Prabhupada from us, because once this generation dies out, our direct contact, even though Prabhupada is there in his books and everything, still, I always stress the point that we don't want to lose the idea that Srila Prabhupada was a real person and that he interacted with us and he had a wonderful sense of humor. So Yaso, as Sesha Prabhu was saying, had a very, very special relationship with Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada depended on him a lot and sent him to do a job that he did incredibly well. So we are losing, some of our god brothers, and and it's inevitable, but still, it's sad because there are linked to Prabhupada in many instances. So anyway, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak a few words about Jasomatinandan, and he'll be sorely missed in ISKCON and around the world. And so we offer our dandavat to him, and we hope that we will meet him again at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. Jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Ambarish Prabhu.
Yes.
I want to refresh your memory for a moment, if you don't mind. You came in 2003 to Dwarka.
Right.
So maybe you can
That's right.
speak for a minute or two about that, because that was an interaction with Jasomatinandan and
Yes.
the
Okay.
late Mahavishnu Goswami.
Mahavishnu Goswami. Yes, that was wonderful. I have to say that even though we all complain about the roads to Mayapur, the road to Dwarka is the worst road in India I've ever been on. But it was wonderful, wonderful occasion. Mahavishnu Swami has built a very sweet, small, but beautiful temple there. And Jasomatinandan was there. And so it was wonderful just to be there and be able to participate in that. And then we went to the Rath Yatra in Rajkot. Is that correct?
I guess so. I
Yeah.
didn't attend that. I can't remember, but I saw you
Okay.
in Dwarka. I
Okay.
saw you in Dwarka.
Okay. All
And
right.
nowadays, ISKCON Delhi is confusing the matter because they're building a 40 crore rupee temple near the Delhi airport in Dwarka colony, but they call it Dwarka. So you don't know which Dwarka they're talking about,
All right. Well, thank you, Prabhu, for refreshing my memory. It needs to be done every 20 minutes. So thank you.
No, Ambarish Prabhu, we appreciate that you took the time and trouble to attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Right. We were going to break on the half an hour for a little video, but Hari Vilas Prabhu is waiting. And as you pointed out, Swabhas is on the call. And then Radhe, I was given a message that Radhe Sham should speak because he has to go somewhere.
We can go on.
We can go on without the video?
Yes.
So, Hari Vilas Prabhu, do you want to unmute? And
Thank you very much.
You have the floor. Thank you for coming.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Bhutali Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachari Nibrise Sunivani Paskati Dasatora. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to say a few words about my good friend, Jasomatinandan Prabhu. He would often come and visit me in Seattle, and we spent a lot of good times together. And I was always impressed by his staunch and very erudite preaching, as well as his dedication to Prabhupada, unflinching dedication. And I wanted to give a few little snippets of Jasomatinandan's appreciation by Srila Prabhupada. And December 29th, 1973, Srila Prabhupada wrote a letter. He said about Jasomatinandan, he said, I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated December 27, 1973. I am very glad to hear that you are now about to leave New York for working at the great task of spreading Krishna consciousness in India. Lord Chaitanya has said, those born in India have the special responsibility to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. So almost all Indians have ignored this injunction by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but now, by the grace of my Guru Maharaj, I have brought this message to the West, and now you and your God brothers and sisters are helping me in bringing it back to the people of India and all over the world. It is a fact that all humanity's suffering is due only to lack of Krishna consciousness. I have received your check of $6,800 and I thank you very much. So we see back in 1973 when Yasomatinandan Prabhu was getting ready to go to India to dedicate his life to Prabhupada, already he had sacrificed probably all the money he had, and he was determined to do something. And then in January 11th, 1974, Prabhupada wrote a letter to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and he said, Yasomatinandana is a good boy. Now utilize him properly. We are planning that he can open a center in Surat and he will attract many Gujaratis. He is sincere, learned, enthusiastic, and qualified. Keep him nicely engaged. He has left $7,000 with me for starting a center in Surat. This money I have deposited in the Mayapur Vrindavan Fund, and when I shall start a center in Surat, I will draw from that fund. So here's a amazing testimony of Yasomatinandan's sincerity in getting ready to give everything to his Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada. Then in January 1976, 2 years later, Prabhupada writes to Yasomatinandan. He said that when he was just trying to get some kind of a place for a temple, already Prabhupada had put him in charge of translating his books into Gujarati. And also, he was involved in the construction because he was a type of construction engineer of, I think, Juhu Beach or maybe Vrindavan. So then Prabhupada says, you say these people are prepared to give this house for a good cause. What is more public welfare than Krishna consciousness? To awaken everyone's original consciousness is the best public welfare in the whole world. So occupy this house and show some good work, and in this way, they may be induced to let us stay. Even if you can only stay for 3 months, what is the loss? You can always look for another place. Now people are seeing how genuine our movement is. They're coming forward to offer us so many places. We simply have to maintain our strict principles, keeping ourselves pure. Otherwise, there are so many bogus institutions doing business in the name of God and simply cheating the people. We have to be careful not to degenerate like these others. Our strength depends upon regular chanting the required 16 rounds and rigidly adhering to the regulative principles. So then, after that, Yasomatinandan wrote a letter to Prabhupada in October 1976, and he said, and I'm sorry, he had informed Prabhupada that he had found a farm. And Prabhupada wrote back, he said, you say the farm is only 5 miles from the city, so we will build our temple on that land. The farmers should be trained up to become devotees of Krishna. The same idea I have already given for Hyderabad farm. Invite the local farmers to participate in kirtana and prasadam distribution. Engage them to work the land. They may keep whatever they require for their maintenance, and excess production may be traded or sold. But we are not going to develop a competitive farming enterprise for making money. The basic principle is to become independent of artificial city life, working in factories, producing nuts and bolts. So, I'd like to ask uh, Vasugos Prabhu, is that where the temple is now?
No,
In the
no, the temple is separate, and there's a There's a farm that's 70 acres, was originally 100,
You
but
don't know?
it's a long, no, they have a separate temple,
So then,
a separate temple on the farm. Jagannath temple on the farm, and the Radha Govinda Dham is in Ahmedabad city.
okay,
It's 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 15, 20 miles away.
okay, got it. Then Prabhupada wrote to Jasomatinandan in November 1976, and he said, I am very encouraged by your book distribution report and also your enthusiasm to publish my books in Gujarati. So we see, just like Bhakti Churu Maharaj, Jasomatinandan dedicated his life to translating and printing Prabhupada's books in Gujarati as Bhakti Churu Maharaj did in Bengali. And he said, you say we must have a Goshala trust. That is our real purpose. Krishi Goraksha Vanijam Vaishyakarma Swabhavajam. Where there is agriculture, there must be cows. That is our mission. Cow protection and agriculture. And if there is excess trade, that is a no profit scheme. For the agriculture, we want to produce our own food and we want to keep cows for our own milk. The whole idea is that we are ISKCON, a community help. This farm project is especially for the devotees to grow their own food, cotton also, to make their own clothes, and keeping cows for milk and fatty products. Our mission is to protect our devotees from unnecessary heavy work to save time for advancing in Krishna consciousness. This is our mission. So there is no question of profit. But if easily there are surplus products, then we can think of trading. Otherwise, we have no such intention. We want a temple, a Goshala, and agriculture, a community project as in Europe and America. We are making similar attempts in India in several places. Immediately, I'm going to Hyderabad to organize the farm project there. So I think that you can get an idea of the appreciation for Jasomatinandan by Srila Prabhupada and all the very different aspects of the preaching that he has developed in Gujarat and in other places in India in order to please his Guru Maharaj. This is an amazing person. He was completely surrendered to Prabhupada. He sacrificed everything in his life for Krishna consciousness, and we have to recognize his greatness. And thank you very much for giving a chance to say a few words. I pray that Jasomatinandan Prabhu, one day we will be together and we'll also have many wonderful pastimes with Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Well, thank you very much, Hari Vilas Prabhu. It's 6 a.m. over there. We appreciate your taking the trouble to, come on so early. And wow, thank you for reading out those letters. They're very pertinent. Prabhupada's instructions to start farms, and I think it's been, anyway, I don't want to make a speech, but it's definitely been neglected. So thank you for pointing that out. Swabhas Prabhu, can you unmute yourself? You're next. I had seen Bibi Govinda Maharaj came, but I think he's gone. I would have asked him to speak next. In the circumstances, I see our godbrother Pundarik Vidyanidhi is at Alachua. He's come on. Shesha Prabhu is also there. So, Swabhas Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's also 6 o'clock for you too.
Yes. We haven't turned the clock back yet either, so we're having still a morning program here in LA right now. So,
okay.
Jai. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. My association with Jasomatinandan Prabhu wasn't that often, or you might say, never did I have a chance to really work with him. But he did come and visit LA many occasions, actually, because his children lived here in LA, daughter and sons. And so he would come annually, at least once a year, sometimes twice. And in that course of time, we would take prasadam together and we would have conversations concerning ISKCON. He was very concerned about those things. There was a lot of things going on through the years, through the decades. So we did have a lot to talk about. And good things not so good things. But my respect for him was always there because I could tell, as I'm hearing here, that he was a Prabhupada man. There was no doubt about it. He had great concern. He had a great concern for ISKCON, the future of ISKCON, and he was very, you might say, very concerned in terms of like what would be the future. I remember having several conversations with him. What's happening in America? What's the future of America? Um, we speak a little bit what's happening in India. So, it was kind of nice to have these kind of conversations because I think he had a very a disarming kind of nature about it. What I mean is that he could just come in and just start talking to you, and he could say the most important issues and maybe nonchalant things, and it would just be natural. It'd be normal. I really appreciated that by him because sometimes if you're a temple president, somebody comes to visit you, you're not quite sure what you're going to do, what's going to happen, or things of that nature. But I remember that when he would come to LA, he had a very, like I said, a disarming kind of nature about him. Very pleasant, very humble, culturally correct. He was the kind of person, like, thank you very much. I really appreciated that. Very, very gentle. And I think that this speaks volumes of him in terms of his character and his nature. Real Brahminical, real, I don't know him that well, but I would say saintly even, because I would, from what I'm hearing here, that Srila Prabhupada has so much respect for him and so much, you know, uh, in terms of like what he could do for the movement, what he could do for Srila Prabhupada. So to have that kind of association with Srila Prabhupada and come out of that where Srila Prabhupada really respected him, I think that speaks volumes of his character. Very humble, surrendered attitude, uh, and the respect that Prabhupada gave him, and just what I was reading from hearing from Hari Vilas, it was just Prabhupada wanted to put a lot of responsibility on him in order to push on the movement. And not only that, but I was pretty amazed by Jasomatinandan and also Prabhu because he tried to build a temple when it wasn't really that easy to build temples in India at that time, I believe. I think it was a little bit more of a challenge than it is today. I think he was one of those kind of like pioneer kind of people that wanted to go down there and build a temple for Srila Prabhupada and the ISKCON movement. And it was a challenge. I do remember him coming a couple of times telling me that what a challenge that was. And I related to that because being a temple president, you know that, you're not a big gun or anything of that nature. You're just a Prabhu here in the temple, and you're trying to cultivate members, and you're trying to encourage them to give donations. And you're not a sannyasi, you're not like any big gun in ISKCON, and to be able to do that is pretty good. It's pretty remarkable. I felt a lot of respect for him on that, and the turmoil and the trouble that it takes to accomplish these kind of goals. But I think that showed his dedication to Srila Prabhupada, his love for Srila Prabhupada, and his determination, because it takes a lot of that. It takes a lot of determination and a lot of desire. And you actually have to give up a lot. You have to give up a lot of your time, to go out and preach to people and cultivate them and get them to give donations. All those things are like a packaged thing, but it's like really a challenge. And in order to do that and maintain it for all the years that he did, it just shows his character and his surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Very humble devotee, even though he wasn't any, well, in terms of me being in America, I'm not quite sure his stature in India. I know that he was very well liked and very popular. But, being here in America, I felt a lot of respect for his being able to do all those accomplishments without really having some, like, a big position. I guess he was part of the your bureau and things of that nature. But, he was never really a GBC, and to accomplish those kind of things, it was I think a very commendable, and he accomplished so many wonderful things. I do know that we spoke a lot about book distribution. Every time he'd come, he'd ask me, how is the book distribution? He wanted to give classes to the young devotees. He wanted to speak to them about book distribution. When he gave a Bhagavatam class, it was also about book distribution. So that was a really a good thing for me to connect with him on this idea of book distribution. He was very concerned about the publishing. We'd go to the BBT, our offices here, and we just communicate about how Prabhupada wanted this to be very, like it was one of the important issues of our society, one of the important functions, and we'd talk about that a lot. And he'd ask about individuals, how they're doing, how big they're doing. Wow, he'd be very impressed. Sometimes the scores, he was thinking, wow, this is great that this is accomplished in America. So he was very accommodating, very, you might say, very cooperating and in trying to enthuse us and give us courage, give us some understanding of how important it was to Srila Prabhupada. So all those wonderful things were there with him. And I would say that something that really resonated in me with him was that his dedication to Srila Prabhupada, even at the cost of his, his family life, even for that matter. He never swayed to do all these things and stay all these years and down to the end. He stayed the course in ISKCON through all the different things that went on. I have to say he was a very, very wonderful, beautiful devotee, and we're going to miss him. As I'm speaking here, I do remember several conversations I had with him that were very personal and very intimate and very humbling, because there were so many issues that were going on in his life at that time. And, he'd ask me for, some kind of, what do you think I should do kind of thing. And I thought that was pretty amazing, considering who he was and how dedicated he was. And so it made me feel really somebody special, somebody important. And I think he had that nature about him. So we're going to miss him. And we hope the best. All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak for a few moments. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Subhas Prabhu. Just a couple of things. First of all, Jasomatinandan Prabhu was on the GBC.
Oh, okay.
From 1987 till 1989. I'm not gonna talk about the circumstances of his leaving the GBC. They weren't pleasant. But anyway, it's just a historical fact. And I've been asked to announce that this is also live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Mayapur TV. So I had asked Pundarik to speak next, but if he doesn't mind, Radhe Shyam has to go. If he's still there, he's the president of ISKCON Pune. And he's one of the bright lights of recruitment. I don't know, Radhe Shyam, are you there?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Okay. Is my volume loud enough?
You got 5 minutes if that's the humble request, but we won't cut you off.
Sure, Prabhu.
It's take it away.
Yeah. My first meeting with Jasomatinandan Prabhu was in Bombay Grant Road ISKCON Chowpatty Temple. That's the first time I saw him. He was giving a brahmachari class on Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he was speaking about Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. His brother offended one of the representatives of Nityananda, and later on Lord Nityananda appeared in his dream and told him to go to Vrindavan. So that part he was speaking. And his highlight of the talk was about Lord Nityananda's mercy. He was telling, without Nityananda's mercy, nobody can go to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That was the point. He was telling about Raghunath Das Goswami had to go through Nityananda. He said Rup Sanatan first confided with Nityananda, who took them to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Ramkeli. In the same manner, he said Raghunath Das Goswami. In this way, he was quoting many examples, several examples of how Lord Nityananda's mercy is oceanic, and he actually spoke from the heart. When I first heard him speak the Chaitanya Leela, it appeared like he was so soaked in it, he was absorbed in it so much And he was actually very fluent at it. When I asked some questions to him after the class, he could just go anywhere in in the sections of Chaitanya Bhagavat, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and bring out pastimes with very precise information. So I was deeply touched about his presentation. I was inviting him to Pune that time. And instead, he called me. He told me, you come to Ahmedabad. And then second time, I got to meet him in Ahmedabad. And there, uh, actually, he was certainly very busy. A lot of people coming and going into his office. I was waiting outside. One thing I got to observe is even if he's scolding somebody, he would scold them with Prabhupada's teachings and examples. He would say, Prabhupada said this. In that particular instance, he did this pastime. And then he would tell them, so this is what we should be doing. Like that he was telling. So I heard a couple of such instances I was watching, sitting outside. And then he called for me. And I thought maybe he's very busy. I will just offer him obeisances and wish him and push off. But then he spent almost an hour as if, he could put aside everything else. And he started describing about his association with Prabhupada in Juhu temple and also abroad. So when I heard His Grace Harivilas Prabhu speak about that donation amount, it immediately I could connect it because he was telling he gave Prabhupada some 5,000 or 7,000 dollars, a bulk amount to Prabhupada as a donation. And Prabhupada told him that, why don't you take this money to go to India and there start a center in Ahmedabad? Prabhupada asked him. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu told Prabhupada that I'll be going to India after some time. So Prabhupada took that amount and told one devotee to keep it aside. So when, after some years, he said when he was returning to India, Prabhupada told the devotee to pay him back that amount. Because Prabhupada told the devotee, I promised him that I'll give the amount as an initial starting amount. And Jasomatinandan was very, very greatly surprised, he said, because Prabhupada, how did he remember? He has to interact with so many people in the world. He said, Prabhupada's integrity is very high. He keeps his word. That was his point. He was appreciating that point. And another thing he told there in my talk with him was about how was Prabhupada's schedule. In the early morning he's writing, and then in the daytime, Prabhupada going for a morning walk to Juhu beach with devotees. And then he was also talking about how he would write letters and they would respond to the letters. And then he would meet the managers. Then he would take oil massage, and then he would take a bath. Night, he would generally get up at 12:31, he said. About 3-4 hours, he would translate, he said. And then in the afternoon, he will take some half an hour to 45 minutes rest. And then again, evening, he would be fully filled with programs. So he was telling all the schedule of Prabhupada. And he was very delightful while speaking about Prabhupada's pastimes. Many intricate details he was narrating. That was my second meeting with him in Ahmedabad. Then I invited him to Pune again. So he agreed to come. We had a few classes, a couple of classes by him in Pune on Chaitanya Charitamrita. It was a very nice time. So at that time, just before leaving, he invited me to Ahmedabad and told me, it'll be nice if you can come and assist in our youth outreach. You are doing so much in Pune. Why don't you come? So then again, I went second time to Ahmedabad, and I have some very good friends there. Like, the two brothers, Vishwarup Prabhu and Chatratma Prabhu. I know Vishwarup Prabhu very intimately for many years. We spend a lot of time together. We are good friends. And also a couple of his students, like there is a Madan Mohan Prabhu and one more devotee. Also, I know Vishnunam Prabhu, Vishnu Bhakta Prabhu. They are very close to us. And they come to Pune. And when I go there, I meet them also. So in this way, my friendship increased with Ahmedabad, as well as with getting an opportunity to meet Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And one observation I made, even though his health had deteriorated in the last 2-3 years, his enthusiasm and interest in the participation in the meetings and participation in looking into the management affairs was not at the least a bit reduced. It was as much as any time before. And nobody can ever think of that. When his body was a little fragile and he was sickly, still he would pay attention to every small, minute details of how to run the temples. If you ask in any of those temples, like the Surat and Baroda and Ahmedabad, and Prabhu would pay attention to all the details to ensure that everything is going on very nicely in his zone. He was highly responsible, highly committed, involved, and this is one thing I am very deeply inspired by. In the name of keeping my purity and keeping my head cool, absorbed in pastimes of the Lord, let me not become irresponsible in my management duties. When I see him, I was thinking, he's so responsible even at that age, and with the heart, he puts his heart. So this was my great inspiration, and I pray at his lotus feet that just as he had so much affection for me and calling me and giving me his valuable time, may he bless me that I follow in his footsteps in being loyal to Srila Prabhupada and doing great good to this beautiful ISKCON society of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. This is Jasomatinandan Prabhu ki jai.
Okay, thank you very much, Radhe Shyam Prabhu. I know you're one of the most busy devotees. And you've done, anyway, we all know your glories, I think. Maybe some of the Western devotees don't know that you have, how many brahmacharis in ISKCON Pune? Tell
Now
them.
actually, we had about 500, half of them we sent out. Almost 250 we sent out, and about 230, 240 must be there now.
Wow. That's unparalleled. Anyway, we won't discuss that in detail. So I had asked Pundarik Vidyanidhi Prabhu to speak next, if he can unmute. And after Pundarik Vidyanidhi, I hope that there's a video clip or a PowerPoint. We have video clips, hopefully, from Bhakti Vikas Swami and Niranjan Swami. And Lokanath Swami sent a PowerPoint. He, at the last minute, said, I'm too busy to participate. So, Pundarik, you're up. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
The floor is yours.
I wanted to offer my condolences. I saw Kishori and Nandu are there.
Yeah.
I knew Jaso. I arrived in Bombay 1977. And I was in Bombay from 1977 to 1984. Then I went to Vrindavan, where I continued for the next 19 years or so. And so I would run into Jaso so many times through the years, and he was always so affectionate. We were it just felt like he was a family member. Sorry. And as well as his children, because I saw his children, many of his children in Vrindavan at the Gurukul there. And but I didn't have that much long-time association with him, but I could understand that he was always very busy with his service to Srila Prabhupada, and he was very dedicated to that. Always working hard for Srila Prabhupada, establishing ISKCON there in Gujarat. And it was really wonderful over those years to see how he established Krishna consciousness in Gujarat. Gujarat, of course, is a very wonderful field. The people there are so pious. And Jaso is a very capable and qualified person to, I think someone else mentioned that, how he was had some training in the West. He was very intelligent and knew how to engage everyone in devotional service, which he did very nicely, and established those nice temples there. Otherwise, I cannot say that we were going to miss him a lot. That's what we can say. Don't have much or more to say. I appreciate all of his wonderful service he did for Srila Prabhupada. And we'll miss that. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Pundarik. You could have If you want, you can speak some more.
I know. I
You-
don't have.
You don't have any. I think he had left Juhu by the time you came to Juhu, so that's why. But he used to visit Juhu so often. You must have met him there so many times. And
So many times, so many times. And in Vrindavan also, he would come and visit his children there and just for visiting Vrindavan to,
I think he
like
gave.
that.
I think he gave lectures in Vrindavan that you might remember. Any comment on his lectures? He was quite well known for giving a good lecture.
He was very learned, yes, very learned and a wonderful speaker in Krishna consciousness. He was very expert. I mean, very, yeah, his lectures were very nice inspiration for in Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
Right, Prabhu. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're one of the old timers from ISKCON, India. Oh, well, there's another God brother. And then what about a video? Are we going to show a video now or after Devaki? Okay, so yeah, we're going to call on Jasomatinandan's children, but they're just a bit. Kishori, I see you now, but let the God brothers. 1 minute, what happened here? Sarvopama Prabhu is a God brother who's online. Sarvopama, you want to speak? Sarvopama Prabhu, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, you're muted. And then,
okay, now I unmuted it.
After Sarvopama, I mean Santa Claus, I mean Sarvopama. Then Devakinandan Prabhu will speak, and then we'll show a video. So
okay,
yeah.
I'm inspired by Nanda Kumar. Nanda Kumar is my hero, so that's my excuse for looking like this.
I'm just joking.
And more people are willing to actually hear from an old geezer in this way. But very quickly, I'll just tell you that generally I'm considered a very flaky, scandalous Prabhupada disciple, so no one has to take anything I say very seriously. But in this case, I'd like everyone to make an exception because my view of Jasomatinandana is that he was one of the most kind people I've ever met in my entire life. My wife and I lived in Gujarat for 8 years, from 2008 to 2016. And without fail, Jasomatinandana would always invite us to Rath Yatra, any big festival. So we went up to, we were in Balavidyanagar, so it was, a very short, maybe hour ride on the train to get up to Ahmedabad. And
50
we always
miles,
went there.
50 miles south of Ahmedabad, 50 miles south.
Right. And then another 50 where we visit you in Baroda, Vadodar. So anyway, all I want to say is that Jasomatinanda always amazed me because in spite of all my incredible disqualifications, he always made a point of inviting me up to the microphone on the stage to speak to literally thousands of people at every one of his festivals. And my heart is still so much affected by his kindness that it's hard for me to even go on to have to speak at all. So I thank you very much for allowing me to say anything. And that's all I really want to say is the level of his kindness was beyond anything else I ever experienced in ISKCON, except for maybe your good self, Vasugoj. So I was very lucky to be in Gujarat for 8 years. Hare Krishna.
Okay, thank you, Sarvopama Prabhu. It was brevity is the soul of wit, and you were the briefest of all. Devakinandan Prabhu, I have to apologize to him because he's senior to Radhe Shyam Prabhu, and they're both in India. But anyway, better late than never. Devakinandan Prabhu, did you unmute yourself? Where's Devakinandan? Yeah, you have the floor.
I think Devakinandan Prabhu's video is turned off.
Unmuted. Can you see?
Turn on your video. Turn on your video, Prabhu. I can hear you. We can hear you, but your video is off. What happened? Some problem?
Turn on.
We can hear you
Prabhu has
now.
a poor
Now
connectivity.
now we can hear you. Forget about the video. You go with the audio.
One second. One second. Signal goes up and down. That's problem. Is clear?
Yeah. We can hear you now.
With love,
We can hear you.
Papa, and we really will be missing. Yeah, so we'll be missing him. But I was just going to highlight few of the things. It personally with me that whenever he came to Bombay, he was inspiration for us. We asked him to give classes, lead kirtan, and he was very happy. And then we have devoted to, serve him for prasadam. One day after class, I think his train was late. He usually come by morning time from Ahmedabad, and then we had arranged him to give class. We give class, and one day he didn't come for prasadam. So I went to talk to him, and he was in temple chanting. So he said, "I do not eat till I finish my round." That was, a big inspiration for me. Learn from him, and I have been practicing, this instruction. But very good. He came to all the morning program and encouraged devotees. Ajay Sam Prabhu talked about the classes. Yes, he gave very Shastri class. I met him first time in 1980 when I went to Ahmedabad for, Janmashtami. But we had always competition between Juhu and Gujarat in book distribution. And whoever was the winner will give party. So many a time, mostly Juhu are the winner, so we gave so many party. And Gujarat was, I think, winner once or twice. So once we had party in Surat, another time in Baroda. And Bappa was so nice always, he opened his heart for all the devotee, for arranging wonderful prasadam and a stay, etc. In 84, sometime, Bhima Prabhu was president, I was the vice president. He used to come Juhu. And after he leave Juhu, then I find 2-3 devotees are missing. Everybody says, Bappa is very conducive, he didn't give any money to anybody. But he was giving money to our new bhaktas in Juhu to go to Ahmedabad, to go to Gujarat. And we did not know. So once there was a fight with Bhima Prabhu, him and me. And he got upset with me and he called me, "You Babuchak, you have so many devotees. Why are, you have no place to stay here in Bombay? What is wrong if they are coming to Ahmedabad?" So I did not know what the meaning of Babuchak. So later on, I asked my wife. She is his disciple, by the way. She was trained up by Bappa and his good wife. My wife, she is hearing. She and Visakha, two sisters, they used to go out. They were one of the first fundraiser for Bappa. And, our Aditya Prabhu's father was very kind, who always assisted them. So two of them, they went and made so many like number in whole Gujarat. So anyway, when I told her, I asked her, what is the meaning of Bappa? So he said, who told you? She said, who told you? Bappa? So first time I learned who is Bappa. I said, what is Bappa? Then she said, Jasomatinandan. I said, yes. So she And she said, Babuchak means full. He just told you that you're a fool. So that's the first time I learned the meaning of Babuchak. I don't know. Many of you are Gujarati, maybe knowing. So wherever now this is all old storage, many a time. Now the recent past, or I'll say 90s, and he always came to Juhu, and wherever the meeting was there, we want Jasomatinandan Prabhu always for the meeting. He was a hero in our meeting. You know, that was very supportive on all the good points that we wanted. He went out of his way to convince somebody very nicely that who was against to us and vouch for that. And if something which is wrong, he will also fight, scream, shout, but he get his way. I remember somebody said that how Prime Minister sent this letter. Yes, Bappa was well respected by one and all in Gujarat. Once, when Narendra Modi was Chief Minister, Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj, myself, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu went to meet Narendra Modi in Ahmedabad. There are big security check because he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, but our name was there. Even the, he had Narendra Modi, one of the men was outside, but when we come, then without checking or anything, he takes us inside. Without any formality, we went inside. There was a place, the two rooms were there, one for general public, one for VIP. So secretary made us sit in VIP, and then he brought us Nibu Pani and all this thing. And hardly we finished the Nibu Pani, and we were called by the Chief Minister. Narendra Modi got up and literally bent down to Bappa, like touching his feet, and very respectfully, he was standing and he wanted us to sit, and we wanted him to sit. But he said, no, you please sit. You're sadhu, please you sit. So we sat down, we talked about Moscow, and he promised to help us. And that time, Bappa introduced me to him and said that all the big guys from Bombay, they are known to him, they are friend to him. He mentioned few names like Balkrishna Goenka of Wellspan. And immediately, he Chief Minister, recognized Balkrishna Goenka, the owner of the Wellspan. They are very close. And he was very happy that we have come and we know so many people. So we had good meeting, and after the meeting, when we left in the car, Bappa said that I don't have much faith in this politician. They talk, but let us see if we can do. Then Bappa was saying how Narendra Modi, when he was the pracharak of RSS, he used to come to Ahmedabad temple, take prasadam in Ahmedabad temple, and stay for a long time. Spend good amount of time with Bappa. So their relationship goes way back. Besides that, many times when there is Janmashtami and other, the chief ministers and other ministers of Gujarat, they came for, Janmashtami because of their relationship with Bappa. He was very kind to the donors. Without any discrimination, he would take care. He'll make sure that the donors are taken care very nicely. I remember once I came with my father-in-law. My wife's elder father, and they stayed in Ahmedabad. That time, Karsan Bhai Patel has come. Karsan Bhai Patel is a big industrialist, Nirma powder, very close to Bappa. Bappa has cultivated him so nicely. He was one of the biggest donor when Bappa was building Ahmedabad temple. Until today, he supports ISKCON because of Bappa's cultivation. So, he Jasomatinandan Prabhu was sitting in a room, and when he heard that I came with my, father-in-law, So immediately he invited inside. Not that he was sitting with, Karsan Bhai Patel of Nirma, so everybody had to wait. Not like that. He invited, and not only that, he introduced, my father-in-law to Karsan Bhai Patel and him to him. So it was very, very, sweet of him to do this kind of thing. And then Karsan Bhai left. Many other time also we went and I brought my relative. He always was there to help them in any way if they need any help anywhere. Of course, many memories are there. Uh, One is a recent one last year. No, before that, whenever I went, he always said, "Why don't you stay here in temple?" Because I used to stay with my in-law place. He said, "You will stay here." And I said, "No, no, they want me to stay there." He said, "But you come for prasadam." So I used to go for prasadam. And Kishori must be remembering, in one of the corner room was a kitchen, still I think a kitchen. There is a refrigerator. And Bappa used to get all mangla sweet, telling that, oh, Devkinandan is coming for prasadam and he likes sweet. So, there was, sweet there. A nice prasadam, whatever was there. I found more sweet than anything else, but yes, there was khichdi, even bread butter. He said, many variety things were there. He said, you eat whatever you want to eat, And he personally made sure that, I ate. He was a good eater, by the way. He was a good eater. Many a time, even when he was sick in Bombay, he used to come and he loved Govinda restaurant prasadam. So we used to go. My wife also invited him many times at home to take prasadam. And many times we went for prasadam in Govinda restaurant. And his health was not good. And I said, Papa, you got to be careful. Don't eat too much sweet. Are, don't worry. Bring it. So, he did it. He didn't really care much. He really loved eating, prasadam. He ate, very nicely. And he fed everybody. Anyway, time is passing and I won't take too much time, but I will just tell the last but the least one, that we had a meeting. He hosted the meeting of IIAC, Bureau, and ICC. Huge expenditure he expended for, serving Vaishnava. He spent so much money. And newly Govinda restaurant was open, fantastic Govinda restaurant, 5-star hotel kind of thing. And he gave green chip. Anybody wants to eat anything can go and eat. And, devotee had, big, good time eating all wonderful, tasty prasadam, all continental prasadam, Indian prasadam, any kind of food we ate. So, and Bappa always asked, personally, although he was on a wheelchair, his health was not good, still, he always asked, is prasadam good? Your stay good wherever, whether in meeting or outside meeting, we met. And as somebody mentioned, he was very loyal, he very loyal to Srila Prabhupada and the GBC and the management. He always came for the meeting whenever we had. Even he come for 1 hour or half an hour, even he will sleep in meeting, but he will come for the meeting. And sometime he will, when, I say, Papa, come on, meeting going on, you got to say something. Then he will wake up, say, oh, I am very sorry, I've been taking medicine. So this is my medical effect, that it makes me drowsy and I fall to sleep. I'm very sorry. So, he was really very sweet, very kind, especially to me. I will really miss you, Bappa. He really loved us, that for a long time in Ahmedabad temple, on a wall, there are pictures centered around the world. And one of the picture was there, Bhima Prabhu and me, leading Guru Puja in Juhu. And many people who our congregation went to Juhu, Ahmedabad, said, oh, Prabhu, I saw your photo in Ahmedabad. And, for a long time, I didn't know what they're talking, but yes, I saw it for a long time and it faded away, so they must have been removed. So Bappa has so many wonderful quality, unflinching faith in Srila Prabhupada instruction. He read Prabhupada books day in, day out. He was master. He had done a PhD in Chaitanya Leela from Chaitanya Bhagavat and Chaitanya Charitamrita. In Juhu, I was talking, that how whenever he spoke, it's not that he is speaking from his memory, but if you really hear his classes, it's like he part of Chaitanya Leela, and the way he describing, so detailed way he described. And yes, and other one good quality that he was always supportive to devotees who were in trouble. The devotee who were in trouble were always supportive. I also told in Ahmedabad, get together, that once I asked him that this boy is rascal, he had done some mistake. Why you are supporting the wrong person? And so nicely he explained to me. He said it is very easy to throw somebody else out, but it is very difficult to maintain somebody. Gallons of blood we have used to make some devotee. He may have done some mistake, so what? Let us forgive him and correct him and move forward. So that all the Indian leader knows that he stood for not for right, but if somebody had done wrong, he stood by them. He was always a lawyer of defendant side, for defendant side. So, and Bappa children are so sweet, Nandu, Kishori, and Krishnavamini, Balram, all of them. Mother Radha Kun, he always supporter of Bappa. She had helped, and all glory to her who has served Gujarat so nicely. And whatever there is in Gujarat, Bappa, Mother Radha Kun, Basugos Prabhu, and all the devotees who have done so much in Gujarat. I don't know how things will happen in Gujarat. We will be missing Bappa very much. But I know he will always be there with us in his spirit, in his lectures, and his encouragement. Thank you, Basugos Prabhu. I think I went over time, so please forgive me. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Devakinandan Prabhu. You only went 3 times over, but we'll forgive that. So
I'm
now
begging for
Giriraj,
I love to
Giriraj,
say
you don't have to beg again. You could have spoke. Actually, you have so much to say. It's undeniable. I mean, nectar that we should hear, but there are many people that want to speak. That's the problem. It's not that
let us
we don't
write
want
a
to
book.
hear more from you. We want to hear more. We should hear more. But there's a lot of people on the call. Not as much as we had a week ago in Ahmedabad, but anyway, Giriraj Maharaj is waiting. Unfortunately, Jayapataka Maharaj seems to have become a bit ill.
10 o'clock.
And so I pray to Sri Radha Madhava here at ISKCON Baltimore that he gets better soon and maybe join us a little later. At the moment, he was affected by a heavy cough and had to delay speaking. So Giriraj Maharaj, if you can unmute yourself, you're still muted. And hopefully after Giriraj Maharaj, we'll be able to show a video. Yes, Maharaj, we can see you. You're unmuted. You can speak. And there's a 5-minute limit, but not for you. You can speak as long as you want because you had during the Prabhupada days very, very close and intimate relations with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. So we definitely want to hear from you, and don't feel that there's any limit for you. You have the floor, Maharaj.
Thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatari. Well, we miss Jasomatinandan Prabhu. He was such a great devotee of Srila Prabhupada and a wonderful friend to Prabhupada's devotees. And I actually met him first in America in 1973. After serving in India for some time, I became sick, and Srila Prabhupada said that that as long as I stay in India, I won't be able to get better. So, I went to America, and I was there when Jasomatinandan Prabhu met with Srila Prabhupada once, and I was very impressed with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Since you've given me time, and if nobody else has done so, I would like to read Jasomatinandan Prabhu's letter to Srila Prabhupada, in which he offered to translate Prabhupada's books into Gujarati. It's the most beautiful letter ever, practically. I just relish it so much every time I read it. So thank you. This is from 1973. Jasomatinandan Prabhu wrote, "Most worshipable Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. It has been more than 2 months since Janmashtami, and I'm still cherishing the vision of your lotus face while seeing you off at Pittsburgh Airport. After hearing you for 6 days and seeing you every day, my ears and eyes have become lusty. My ears do not want to hear anything but your transcendental voice, and my eyes do not want to see anything but your lotus face. I have been living in the Chicago temple since Janmashtami. Every day,
Hare Krishna Maharaj, you're muted somehow. Haribol Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I got a message that the host wanted me to mute myself, but
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm back with you. So I'm reading again Jasomatinandan Prabhu's beautiful letter to Srila Prabhupada. I've been living in the Chicago temple since Janmashtami. Every day I keep looking at your picture on the Vyasasan, thinking that someday you will speak. It hasn't happened yet, and having become impatient, I decided to write to you so that you can hear me more distinctly. All my desires to work as an engineer seem to have dwindled by seeing your lotus face in New Vrindavan. I am enjoying the nectar of devotion more and more every day. I've been going on Sankirtan every day for an average of 6 to 8 hours, sometimes even 15, ever since I have been in this temple. I love to go out on Sankirtan and distribute your books, and Krishna is rewarding me with unexpected pleasure. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu's love for book distribution continued throughout, and I will come back to that in a few minutes. Every day I am realizing more and more the magnanimity and potency of your Sankirtan movement, which is giving me the strength to resist the attack of the dense forest of the material world with its wild animals, the karmis, materialists. And you can see his clear vision. I mean, it's amazing. He had just met Srila Prabhupada, but he had such a clear vision of the world, and he had a compassionate attitude towards the suffering humanity. The people in general are taking one major step every day towards degradation. I cannot understand their royal march towards hell, even though I would have been one of them had you not picked me up from this Holocaust. This is more true with Indians than anybody else, especially those in this country. They do not know anything about Vedic philosophy. They do not have any religion, but charvaks eat, drink, and be merry. Varnashram Dharma is existing only in a skeleton form. The Brahmin class has become almost extinct. The society is a headless body. I mean, Jasomatinandan Prabhu is just echoing Srila Prabhupada's words. I mean, he's saying his analysis of the situation is exactly the same as Srila Prabhupada's. The society is a headless body. How can there be any peace or prosperity when people do not know what is peace or prosperity? How can there be brotherhood when they do not know who their father is? How can there be Ram Rajya, the kingdom of God, without Ram, God? Amidst all the hypocrisy, quarrel, chaos, and disarray, you have come forward with this nectar of Bhagavat Dharma, the function of the soul. Only very fortunate people, those who are picked up by the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna himself, can taste this nectar as confirmed in the Gita. And as I read this letter, you'll see how knowledgeable Jasomatinandan Prabhu was in the Shastra, even at such an early stage in his association with Srila Prabhupada and devotees. Bahunam janmanam ante gyanavan mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. The Sankirtan Yoga is undoubtedly the highest of all yogas, and anybody, whether a Brahmin or Sudra or even worse, pure or impure, can take part and get the highest benediction. Bhakti unto Adhokshaja, Sri Krishna. Out of causeless mercy, you have planted these seeds in our hearts and chosen to go all over the whole world and plant the seeds of devotion in everyone's heart. Only through your transcendental mercy can one approach Ajita, Krishna. Krishna has given you all powers to purify anybody. The Bhagavatam confirms this. Yatpada samshraya sutta munaya prasamayana sadya punantya pashratya svardunya po nusevaya. O Sutta, those great sages who have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord can at once sanctify those who come in touch with them, whereas the waters of the Ganges can sanctify only after prolonged use. Bhagavatam 1:1-15. Well, he goes on, but I although Basagosh Prabhu has kindly given me time, I won't read it all, but uh, I'll, I'll skip some and then come to the conclusion. Jasomatinandan Prabhu writes, my attachment for you is not at all sentimental. Until now, my definition of love was in terms of superficial material relationships with parents, family, and friends. Now, since I have developed feelings for you, I'm beginning to realize what love is like and how perfect and blissful a loving relationship can be. From time immemorial, I've been rotting in this hell, and of trillions and trillions of living entities, how fortunate I am to be born at the same time that you have appeared and to be accepted by you as your spiritual son. You are not an ordinary saint or sage. You can very easily be considered as influential as Christ, Mohammed, or Shankaracharya. And yet, they did not preach the complete transcendental truth, or Bhagavad Dharma. Like the 12 Mahajans, you are a Mahabhagavata who has influenced this whole age. All Vaishnavas for all time must pay you their obeisances. And the next sentence is amazing. And it was referred to in the GBCEC's message about Jasomatinandan Prabhu. O Prabhupada, may I lose my legs. May my hands be cut off. May I lose the sight of my eyes and my ability to speak. But may I never lose the shelter of your lotus feet. I do not know if I can develop love for Krishna in this life, but if I can develop love for you, that will be enough. Anyone who comes in contact with you directly or indirectly will be benefited. And the best way one can come in contact with you is through your books. And then Jasomatinandan Prabhu offered to translate Srila Prabhupada's books into Gujarati. And in the end, Srila Prabhupada accepted his offer, and he wrote, my dear Jasomatinandan, please accept my blessings. And he really did accept Srila Prabhupada's blessings. I am in due receipt of your letter, and I am so much pleased to read it. Your letter is so nice that I am advising that it be published and back to Godhead. In the meantime, you can immediately begin translating all our books into the Gujarati language. All these translations will be published in series in our Gujarati BTG. And if you are serious about it, you can be the editor. So immediately begin translating and regularly produce books in Gujarati, and it will be a great service for you. The more you render service, the more you will be enlightened by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thank you once more for understanding our philosophy so nicely. Hoping this will meet you in good health, your ever well wisher. So, Jasomatinandan Prabhu did it. He either directly or indirectly saw that all of Srila Prabhupada's books were translated into Gujarati. And His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj commented that he doesn't have even after all these years, he doesn't have complete faith in all of the translations of Prabhupada's books in vernacular languages in India. But he has full faith in the translations that Jasomatinandan Prabhu did or organized in Gujarati, which is, quite a compliment and a testimony to Jasomatinandan Prabhu's faithfulness to Srila Prabhupada. So earlier this year, Jasomatinandan Prabhu, well, he was having health problems, but earlier this year, I think he went for surgery, and I wrote Bhasagosh Prabhu a letter, and Bhasagosh Prabhu in turn forwarded the letter to Jasomatinandan Prabhu, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu replied to me in due course, and I'll read the letters. So I wrote to Bhasagosh Prabhu. I was deeply affected when I heard about Jasomatinandan Prabhu's health crisis. I haven't been in India in 3 years, so I haven't met him in a long time. Fond memories of Jasomatinandan Prabhu filled my heart. I remembered how convinced he was about book distribution. Once he told me that only book distribution was real. Everything else seemed superficial. And I appreciated his mood of competition in book distribution with Juhu. He said, if Juhu comes first in the world and we come second, I won't be happy. But if we come 99 and Juhu comes 100, I'll be happy. I also loved Jasomatinandan Prabhu's exclusive devotion to Srila Prabhupada. On one morning walk conversation on Juhu Beach, Srila Prabhupada asked Dr. Patel why he was coming every day. Dr. Patel replied, I don't know, I feel some sort of attachment to you. That is why I come. I don't understand why I am attracted to you especially. I don't understand. I've been thinking about it. I'm very much thinking there must be some purva janma, something from the past life. I don't know. No sadhu has been able to attract me as much as you have. Not even temples have attracted me, to tell the truth. And then Jasomatinandan chimed in, there is no sadhu except Prabhupada. And I love that exclusive devotion and dedication that Jasomatinandan Prabhu had for Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada, was giving priority to India. And so he asked Jasomatinandan Prabhu to return to India from America. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu came to Juhu. And he did a lot of service. We had very few qualified Indian devotees then. And Srila Prabhupada was very affectionate toward Jasomatinandan Prabhu and really utilized him in Juhu. Often when we would go to meet government officers, Prabhupada would want us to take Jasomatinandan Prabhu with us. So they would see that we're not just Americans, but that local Indians are also joining, and they were very much part of our organization. So I remember many occasions we went, because we had to struggle a lot, to get all the permits for Juhu because we had so much opposition. But Jasomatinandan Prabhu was very much part of that effort. But he really wanted to go to Gujarat and begin Krishna consciousness there. But for quite a while, Prabhupada didn't give him permission because he wanted him in Juhu. But eventually, when Prabhupada thought the time was right, he did give Jasomatinandan Prabhu to go to Gujarat. And of course, what Yaso did there is incredible. I mean, books, temples, so many projects. I mean, it's just amazing. And yeah, but I want to come back to this point about blessings. So after it was, a couple of months after Yaso's procedure, medical procedure, he wrote to me, and he said, thank you very much for your good wishes and blessings when I was in the hospital for my heart bypass surgery. By your grace, my operation was successful, and gradually I am recovering my health. Thank you again for your blessings. Please continue to bestow your blessings. And I pick up on this point about blessings because Yaso really had faith in the blessings of the Vaishnavas, of his God brothers. And the other day I heard His Holiness Naranjan Swami's beautiful recollections and appreciations of Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And in his talk, he mentioned how when he had his own health issue, and it was arranged by a friend in Toronto that he would get medical treatment in Ahmedabad. And after he felt a little better, Jasomatinandan Prabhu took him to the site where he was going to build the temple. And there was nothing there. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu told him, we're going to have this, we're going to have that, we're going to have this, we're going to have that. He gave an elaborate description of what the future project would include. And then, oh yes, oh, we miss you. And then he built the temple, exactly as he had envisioned it. And he expressed his appreciation to Naranjan Swami, and he said that, just see, oh yeah, because when Yaso showed him the site, he asked for Naranjan Swami's blessings. And then when the project actually came up and everything he had described to Naranjan Swami materialized, he appreciated Naranjan Swami and thanked him for his blessings. And he considered it that it was due to his blessings that the project materialized as he had described it to him years earlier. So now I want to ask Jasomatinandan Prabhu for his blessings so that we can be true to his loyalty to Srila Prabhupada and to his mission of spreading Krishna consciousness far and wide, especially in Gujarat, of course. And whenever this pandemic subsides and I'm able to come to India again, I will visit Gujarat. But yeah, I ask for your blessings to be such a loyal, dedicated, devoted servant of Srila Prabhupada and his mission, and to serve you in your desires until we meet again. As Srila Prabhupada said, we'll have another ISKCON in the spiritual world, and then we'll continue again together. All right, thank you, Vatsagosh Prabhu, for giving me this opportunity to remember and glorify our dear, dear, dear God brother, Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And now I will listen with great eagerness to the other speakers. Hare Krishna.
Oh, Giriraj Maharaj, words cannot thank you enough. Actually, a few minutes is insufficient. You had those days when Prabhupada was present, you and Jasomatinandan Prabhu together in Juhu, at least 3 years, I think 74, 75, and part of 76. It's ancient history. It came in my mind. Sanskrit scholars in India called 10 years a yuga. So that was 4.5 yugas ago. I mean, it's ancient history almost. But both of you, well, I guess Jasomatinandan Prabhu left his body with his boots on, as the Western expression goes, and you too. You know, what can I say? I don't want to, I'm delaying my speech till the end, even if I get a chance. 2 hours is up, actually. So we're extending the meeting.
Good.
For all those who want to remain. There's Jasomatinandan Prabhu's children. There's videos from Bhakti Vikas Maharaj and Niranjan Swami's video. I'm not sure if they edited it, because last night we discussed that we could just show 5-minute clips. And then I thought they could show 5 minutes of Jasomatinandan Prabhu's memory video that Siddhanta Prabhu recorded years ago. It must be 15, could be even 20 years ago. I don't know exactly. I'm just speculating off the top of my head. There's also Atmaram and his wife Revati in India.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right now, they're also surtis, like Jasomatinandan Prabhu. It's 9 o'clock in the night in India, so it's getting a little late, but I hope they'll patiently wait. What are we gonna do now? Show the video? Can we show any one of the
Anuttama Prabhu.
all right. Before we show the video, Anuttama Prabhu, we'll call on Anuttama Prabhu, the local GBC man and a Prabhupada disciple. That was the etiquette that we would call on, that we agreed here, to call on sannyasis first, and then Prabhupada disciples and GBC men. So Anuttama Prabhu, you're unmuted. You can. There's no time limit for you, but the time limit was 5 minutes. But whatever, take as much time as you.
Thank you, Bhashya Ghosh Prabhu. And I thank Giriraj Swami and the other devotees that have offered such beautiful appreciations of Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I'll just take a few minutes because unfortunately, due to my misfortune, I didn't have so much association with Yasho Prabhu. We were functioning mostly in different parts of the world through most of our careers. So I don't know him so well, but I really appreciate the opportunity to hear about him. And the letter that Giriraj Maharaj just read from was really amazing. So grateful to be here to hear about him, remember him, and honor him. I visited the Ahmedabad temple just earlier last year before the shutdown, or earlier this year, and I was there actually twice for some meetings of the Indian leadership, and then also later they hosted the Communications International, or the India Communications Conference. So that was actually the first time I'd actually been to the temple, and saw just the amazing contributions of Yasho Prabhu, the beautiful temple, the beautiful deities. I mean, it was so inspiring. I felt when you walk in the temple room, it was like you're in an ancient temple with the high ceilings and the big columns, and really, really wonderful. And then they had, I don't know how many years before, but they'd opened this beautiful new restaurant. And I just remember being so impressed that clearly Yasho and his team had such a clear vision of how Prabhupada wanted everything done first class. The restaurant was just very, very professional, and clearly very, very devotional. And it just really made a strong presentation about our movement. And at that same time, I was very fortunate. They were renaming the street in front of the temple, I think Bhaktivedanta Swami Marg or Srila Prabhupada Marg, something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but clearly in glorification of Srila Prabhupada, and the local mayor was there, and so many different people. So I was able to take part in that. And I just could really have the sense how through his leadership in Gujarat and in Ahmedabad especially, he had built relationships and reached out to people and really helped convince them about the importance of Srila Prabhupada, and the importance of Prabhupada's movement, the importance of ISKCON, and the positive contributions that we can make. So that was very inspiring for me. And also to see, as his health was diminishing, he'd had some health crisis, but he clearly had planned and had arranged like a strong team of devotees around him. He had a succession plan in place, which of course is very important for all of us as time goes by. Really, it's important for everybody, whether you're young or old, but especially as you're getting older, it's an important thing. And then I was able to spend some time with him. My wife and I had dinner with him one evening and really sat down and talked about his early days in Krishna consciousness. And I was just really touched by his kindness to us, and his being such a gracious host. And there, he's in a wheelchair and he can barely get around, but his heart was just so clearly there and concerned for the devotees. And it just really was a wonderful experience of Vaishnava hospitality. And then I was remembering how when I would visit the Juhu temple, which I go to a lot for meetings, there's a hallway where some of the guest rooms are with pictures of Srila Prabhupada. And there's at least one, or maybe there's a couple of them with on the morning walks with as Giriraj Maharaj was explaining, Jasomatinandan with Prabhupada on these morning walks. And I remember each one of them has a little expression, a Prabhupada quote underneath, and I don't remember what the quotes are that are there underneath these photographs with Prabhupada. But I remember just every time I go, just stopping in front of those one or two photos, and you can just feel the devotion that he had for Srila Prabhupada. You can feel his eagerness and his happiness of being with Srila Prabhupada, and it's almost you feel his ears like like Ganesh ears or something, just wanting to soak up every moment of opportunity to be with Prabhupada. So I really appreciated that. And I've been looking at those for years before I really had, I knew Yasho, I knew of his success as kind of third party, and never spent a whole lot of time with him, but I always was really impressed. And then this letter that Giriraj Maharaj read recently, just a few minutes ago, just really expresses that even more clearly. So, and that even then, and just remembering that even through his health challenges, and as time goes by, all of us will have various types of health challenges. And I'm really inspired by, and will continue to be inspired by, this feature of him also, that as his health decreased, his determination, his commitment, his loyalty, his devotion, his intensity of commitment to Srila Prabhupada didn't decrease. It didn't decrease. And I think that we need role models at every stage of life. And I think all of ISKCON now, we can look to him, among other great Vaishnavas, as a role model in that as well. So I pray that we all can keep the order of Guru and Gauranga and Srila Prabhupada and the mission of Lord Chaitanya in our hearts, as our dear godbrother Jasomatinandan Prabhu did. And Maharaj, just like you said a couple minutes ago, I pray that he blesses all of us, that we can continue forward with our small bits of devotion and contributions, with just a fraction of the bhakti that he exhibited. And if we do that, I know that we'll be successful. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and share a few words. And I pray that all of us will be benedicted with his mood of devotion and commitment to our gurus and our acharyas and help execute Krishna consciousness as he did. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Anuttama Prabhu, for taking the time and for speaking so nicely. What can I say? It was kind of you to attend this program. So we're going to show a video. Actually, there were 3 or 4 videos. Whatever they have ready. I really wanted them to show a little clip of Jasomatinandan Prabhu himself speaking on the memories video of Siddhanta Prabhu, but I'm not sure if that's ready. And Niranjan Swami's 1-hour video needed to be cropped into 5 minutes, which is difficult. And I'm not sure if it was done. We could probably provide the link in the chat box to everyone so that they could see that. I can do that. So is the video ready, Sham? Who's going to show the video?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. I'll be showing the video and it's ready.
Okay.
So I'll just start now.
Yeah, so show one video now and then we'll go to the devotees in India because it's getting late over there. Jasomatinandan's children, Nandu and Kishori, and then Revati and Atmaram. And then Sukadev Prabhu he was the first temple president of Baroda before me. He's out on the West Coast, San Francisco. I think I'm not sure if he's still waiting. I think he left. He waited a long time.
He's here, bro.
He's still there?
Yeah, Sukhdev Prabhu is there. But he's
so after
muted.
the video, we'll let the India devotees go, and then after they're done, if Sukadev doesn't mind waiting, he can go. He's been there from the beginning. So yeah, show the video.
Kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Okay.
Yesterday, Jasomatinandan Prabhu, fondly known as Jasho, passed away. Actually, there are 2 disciples of Srila Prabhupada who he gave the name Jasomatinandan, and they were both big leaders in our movement. One was in Australia and New Zealand. He passed away a few years ago. And there's the Jasho I knew very well, and so many others knew very well. So he passed away yesterday. And it wasn't a surprise, really, because he'd been sick for some time. But still, as I mentioned to Basu Ghosh Prabhu, who, apart from his own family members, had more interaction with him than anyone else over the last 40 years or so, apart from maybe as much as or more. So as I mentioned to him, even though it wasn't unexpected, he was old, he was sick, it still hurts. Anyway, he must be the least concerned, because he never really was that much concerned with his health. He used to see doctors and take medicines and this and that, but he hardly ever complained about poor health. Sometimes I'd meet him and he'd tell me, yeah, I got this and that is wrong and this and that, but he just pushed on. He remained involved. He would come sometimes drive a couple of 100 kilometers to attend a Rath Yatra. More than once, I saw him sitting on the Rath in a Rath Yatra with the Rath Yatra going along, and he was asleep. I'm not saying that as a fault, but just he was old and sick, and his body was weak, but still he came, and then he'd go to sleep. And then he loved to lead the kirtans and in the Rath Yatras, and there's so many other places also. And then when he was older, he would do so sitting on the Rath. He pushed on and on. Glorious. After coming to Srila Prabhupada's service, he remained his whole life in his service directly. For him, there was nothing else. He was married, he had children, but there was no question of anything in his life. What his life was for serving Krishna. Early on, Srila Prabhupada sent him to Gujarat. Of course, I wasn't there at the time, but there was nothing there at the time. I first came to Gujarat, when was that? It must have been, let me see, must have been early 1990s, and that time we had few properties here and there, but in the early, there was nothing there. When there was nothing, and no one knew about our movement. But he went to Gujarat, and that was Prabhupada's order to him, and he stuck with it through his life, and things developed wonderfully. He must have been the longest serving temple president in ISKCON by far until yesterday. His wife also, they were a team. They were both fully into it. They were both fully into preaching, spreading Krishna consciousness, distributing books. Among his very visible contributions are that superb temple in Ahmedabad, bigger than the Radha Rasbihari temple in Juhu in Bombay, and very, very beautiful Radha Govinda deities who you'll see on pictures and photos, not only in Gujarat but throughout the world. Very, very beautiful deities. Many centers he established. So many devotees came. During his tenure there. In my humble opinion, his most important contribution was getting all the books translated into Gujarati. First of all, he had Chaitanya Charitamrita. Later, it was done quite quickly. It had to be revised later. Then, at one point, he just got into doing the Bhagavatam, and he really put. He had Madhusudan Pathak, I believe, was a Vallabh Sampradaya devotee who translated the books, and then Jasomatinandan himself oversaw, checked, and Jagadish Prabhu, of course, was there also. And I'm very confident when I give Srila Prabhupada's books in Gujarati to people that they're going to get the message as Prabhupada gave it.
So I see that Jayadvaita Maharaj came, and Maharaj, can you unmute yourself, and you're next. Sannyasis.
So quickly.
Yeah, well, sannyasis get preference, and we just finished a video, the first of hopefully 4 videos, but after 2 hours, actually the meeting has been extended. So Maharaj, anyway, we asked everyone to speak for 5 minutes, but we're not cutting you off. We're not going to mute you. So you can speak as long as you want, but
well, I'll try to be brief and respect
no,
people's time.
You're Jayadvaita Swami. You're one of the most senior members of the movement. You can speak as long as you want, Maharaj.
Well, that's why I'll try to be brief. The Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindho Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. Well, Jasomatinandan Prabhu is like a whole state. We're missing such a huge part of our our history, our color also. That because Yesha wasn't just a colorless hard worker, but he was strong. He was opinionated. Um, he was so many things, and above all, devoted and uh, faithful, loyal to Srila Prabhupada throughout. It was wonderful to read. It's been circulated a lot, I think, lately. His wonderful early letter to Srila Prabhupada of appreciation, which is like, you can say, the foundation of his spiritual life. That appreciation, that dedication um, to Srila Prabhupada, uh, chalked out or was showed the direction of his whole life after that. Uh, Accomplishing things for Prabhupada, pleasing Srila Prabhupada. Um, yes, uh, just giving his life for Srila Prabhupada's service all the way to the end. So it's a wonderful example to remember, a wonderful example to follow, to be to have that deep appreciation and dedication to Srila Prabhupada. The he and I disagreed on various things sometimes. That was fun because he was because we're both stubborn. He wouldn't budge and I wouldn't budge, so that was uh, something that was memorable. And at the same time, he had this a sweetness to him, a sweetness, and his really the person, the qualities of a devotee. There are two kinds of people in this world: the godless and the devoted. And he stood firmly with those who were devoted to uh, to Krishna and to Srila Prabhupada. The we didn't. I'm unfortunate in that I never really became, never really had the chance to serve with him side by side in in the Indian field as Basu Ghosh and Bhakti Vikash Maharaj and others did. So my appreciation was more from a distance and from the occasions when we were together. But just from those occasions and from seeing what he established, I can appreciate him so much. There's about Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Manabhistam Stapitam. He established what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted. So Yasho Prabhu did that. The Ahmedabad temple, so many books, and more, establishing what Srila Prabhupada wanted. So those are contributions that will be with us, that will be with the world for ongoing and ongoing. And we can honor, therefore Yasho Prabhu deserves our honor, our respect, our affection, and more. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your kind words and for gracing this occasion. We're grateful.
No,
We're
thank you,
grateful to
Basu
all
Ghosh.
the speakers, not only you, but it was kind of you to attend.
It's my good fortune. Thank you for inviting me.
So I want to call on Nandu, Jasomatinandan's son, to say a few words. And if he's still there, you can unmute yourself, Nandu. Nandu Das, is that it?
That's me.
Try and limit it, Nandu, if you can. I mean,
Can you
don't
hear
mind.
me?
It's been 2.5 hours. Yeah, go ahead, Nandu. You have the floor.
First of all, I just wanted to thank all the great devotees who are here. Just really such an honor to hear all of your glorifications, because for me it's been pretty tough being a son and father. Relationships can be tough, and especially having such a glorious father who I'm just like starting to acknowledge and appreciate even more as I grow up, as I mature in life, and I'm just really I'm so blessed to be in this family of spiritual just seekers and lovers of Krishna, and people who are so dear to Srila Prabhupada. I'm just like so honored and grateful to be part of this family, of the spirit family. So just wanted to thank all of you great Vaishnavas, and pray that I may also be used in some service, even one fraction of what you all have done for Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the great mission of saving the suffering jivas. So as far as just my little glorification of my father, first of all, I owe my name to my father, my existence, my understanding of Krishna. The most valuable, precious thing that a human being could pursue. All the material world on one side and just Krishna on one side, and there's just no comparison. So for that, my parents who have given me Krishna, because of my father's proximity to Srila Prabhupada, when I was born, my parents sent a telegram to Srila Prabhupada saying, "A son has been born, please give him a name." And this is just like a month or 2 months before Srila Prabhupada passed on to Goloka. And I think I'm the last person he named. But because of that grace, that mercy, and that Srila Prabhupada had that affection for my father, he gave me, he sent a telegram back saying, "Name your son Nandu." Srila Prabhupada names your son Nandu, which was his own very name. He gave me his own name. So that itself is a benediction from my parents, my father and my mother, and just a little anecdote of how well versed my father was in the scripture. I remember one time there's a book called the Vaishnav verses, like collection of all the Vaishnav verses from all of Srila Prabhupada's quotes, the ones that he used to really quote from Chaitanya Charitamrita, from the Bhagavatam, from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and other, Upanishads. There's, I think it's called Vaishnava. I don't remember the name, but it's a pretty thick book. It's maybe like 600-700 pages. So I wanted to test my dad in like, how many verses, how many do you really know? So I would just open the book from anywhere. Like I was like, all right, let's see if you can finish it. If you can finish the shlokas I just say the first word to. And sure enough, I would open it from anywhere, and I just had to say the first word of the shloka, and my dad would finish the shloka. And at that time, I got to really recognize how prolific, how much he had actually studied Srila Prabhupada's books, like not just studied, but like really assimilated them into his system, and therefore his classes were that much more rich. And even for me, I didn't really, you know, when I came out of Gurukula, I wasn't too interested in, you know, I thought I thought I already knew everything about spiritual life, you know, teenager, and now I want to know everything about material life. So I wasn't too much interested in hearing classes of all things, right? But I could definitely listen to my dad's classes, and this is not just because he's my dad, but because I really would get sucked into them because he was prolific. So in that way, Srila Prabhupada's grace definitely was upon him. And for sure, you can see, you know, him and my mother, of course, both of them give their lives to the mission here in Gujarat. And, you know, I'm just now starting to appreciate it, you know, because, yeah, it took me a while to understand what a precious present I was born with. You see, but as time goes, it just becomes more and more rich, more and more. The understanding goes deeper and deeper, and therefore more and more appreciation. So, you know, just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the great Vaishnavas here, Giriraj Maharaj, Harivilas Prabhuji, Bhakti Marg Swami, Devkinandan Prabhu, you know, just all of you have just shared just heartfelt. I mean, just I'm so honored right now. I just feel so blessed to be in this spiritual family.
Okay, Nandu. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let your sister speak, Kishori. Kishori, can you unmute yourself? Or do I need to unmute you?
Yes, Prabhu, I'm here.
Okay, Kishori, you're next.
Okay. Panchakarpatarubhyascha Vipasubhyascha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. My humble obeisances to all of you. Like my brother was saying, we're so honored, so grateful to be here listening to the outpouring of so much love and appreciation for Pitaji. We used to call him Pitaji because he was definitely a man of culture. He trained us in the best he could. As many of you know, his family life was the one difficult thing for him. That's why many people don't mention his kids or his wife. But I don't mean that in a taunting way. It was as if that was a blessing in disguise for him. We're realizing now that everything happens for a reason. He gave his life to Srila Prabhupada, and I feel like we're realizing more and more how everything in his life was molded under the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. And even the suffering and the pain that may have come from his relationships with his wife and children, that was also Srila Prabhupada's mercy. And he suffered, especially in the end, with all his sickness, and we passed away. It makes us really, it shook us for a while. But even in the passing, we could see how he just he went with his boots on. He was never one of these devotees who was like, I'm gonna go and retire in Vrindavan or Radha Kund or take it easy. Every waking moment, every breath, it was about how to serve Srila Prabhupada, how to make the most of his time. And as much as the children, you know, we can try to find someone to blame, something to blame. And I know that some people will blame the children, and there's all these theories about how we went wrong. How could such a great devoted person, how could the children not really follow? We're still trying to grapple with the karmic reality that there was. But at the end of the day, without a doubt, he held the position in our lives as the guru, as the person who was heavy. But his only goal, his singular goal in our life, was to connect us with Srila Prabhupada, with his teachings, and with the love. That is one thing that I can be, I'm forever indebted to my parents, because I feel like they feel. I feel this intense love for Srila Prabhupada's teachings and all of us children. I mean, no matter how useless we are, we have, that runs in our DNA, and we're that is something that we can never ever repay him for, and everything else becomes secondary. It goes into the background, and in this last moment, last 10 days, we're just trying to come to grips on how we are going to survive without him, because even with our ups and downs, he was the sole anchor. He was our strength. He's the strength of his family, of everyone around him, whether it was his temple or anyone he came in touch with. I'm hearing again and again devotees sharing how soft he was, how kind-hearted he was. Although in the beginning days, it's not the experience we had. I mean, the ones that stand out are always when your parents are being really heavy with you. But as I grow and mature, I realize with every with every interaction I had with him, that was his essence. He was extremely giving and soft-hearted, and he deeply cared for every person he came in touch with. And these are the lessons that are so deeply ingrained in us, that of how to seek blessings. I really appreciate what Giriraj Maharaj shared today, because I feel like our father was a bit of a mystery. He was really quite misunderstood because of his external maybe harshness, or maybe that's how we perceived him. But there was some external about Jasomatinandan that would sometimes baffle other people. But the true essence of his being was in seeking blessings. And I really appreciated Giriraj Maharaj touching upon that, because he definitely strived. No matter where we were, he would always want to have devotees over, and my mother would just cook up feasts and serve prasad. That's what I remember. That's the training that I received from our parents, that whatever we can do at any cost, we should serve the Vaishnavas. It's not about, he never considered himself, this elevated devotee, or never once did I hear him glorify his relationship with Srila Prabhupada to us. I didn't even know. I found out about the intimate relationships that my father had with Srila Prabhupada from other devotees. He never, ever once bragged about how much money he donated. This is the first time I'm finding out today that he gave a check of 7,000 to Srila Prabhupada on the first, pretty much first year of coming in touch. Like, pretty much gave him all his savings. I didn't know that. It's not something he shared with his children as a moment of like, look at how great your father is. So he always underplayed his intelligence, or his he never tried to take a position of importance, and always downplayed, showed us how to truly value humility by understanding the power in your humility, and understanding that when a Vaishnava is humble, that's when the blessings flow. And I've learned that from him. I can truly understand that the humbler we are, the more blessed we can be. So it's the greatest value. So, and even in his life, the overall theme has been of in some sense just laying low, at least in the bigger scheme of things, and not trying to avoid suffering. It wasn't like, well, he has 8 children, for anyone that's listening and doesn't know, but never once did he sacrifice the integrity and try to do something special for the children from temple funds, or just prioritize children instead of the ISKCON mission. And we might resent him for that. I know earlier on, Nanda's being very gracious, but it caused a lot of friction amongst the children, because anyways, for whatever reason, it's a karmic thing. We're definitely not trying to put any blame here, but now we get to recognize that integrity is of utmost value. Not one, he would never condone misusing a single penny or spending it in a personal sense, because he understood everything is Krishna's, and the more we surrender, the more we get. So he relied on those blessings, and in his final days, we took our time coming to him because we assumed he was indestructible. But until our last breath, we're gonna be indebted to him for showing us integrity, for showing us the value of humility, of not seeking position, of understanding the power of Guru, which he was for us. In the purest sense of the word, in the heaviest sense of the word, he was our Guru, which is probably why we find it difficult to get initiated. Because he's given us that shelter so far, but I beg you all to please pray for us. We're still struggling right now with his loss, very confused, feeling a lot of loneliness, and anyway, for another day. Please pray that we can find shelter. We can find some solace in shelter of Guru and get initiated. Please pray for us that we can actually follow in his footsteps and make him proud one day. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kishori. I want to mention that Kishori has inherited the preaching spirit of her father. She has gone viral on YouTube. One of her videos had how many people? 10 million or something? I mean, how many people saw that?
22 million.
22 million. My God. You still have to catch up with, what's her name? Kardashian, who has 164 million Instagram followers. But hey, you're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty good. You're a chip off the old block. The children should do better than the parents. Prabhupada used to say that, especially Prabhupada did so much more than his guru, apparently. And you're preaching, and you're a mother of 4. All the viewers should know that. Even though you look like you're 17 years old, you have 4 of your own kids, and they're part of the video preaching success, your kirtan that went viral.
That was one thing that did make him a bit proud. He would ask me every couple of weeks, how many views now?
No, he had love and affection. I think what Nandu spoke a week ago in Ahmedabad, how he missed that today, about how Jasomatinandan would always speak with him. He would never deny, and he would always support him in everything that he did. So he definitely had a lot of affection for all of you.
Yes, he did. He did.
At the same time, as you said correctly, he was, and as a lot of the speakers said, he was fully dedicated. At Bhakti Vikas Maharaj's video tribute, his life was Prabhupada's mission, and the 20 temples in Gujarat, which we haven't mentioned yet, nobody mentioned. It's not just ISKCON, Ahmedabad, or Surat, but there's 20 or 22 temples, and it's still expanding. And so he got out the books and book distribution. There was 100,000 Gitas distributed each December for the last 2 years, just by the Ahmedabad temple. We're not talking about the Surat or Baroda or Vidyanagar temples, which also did good book distribution. So I wanted to call on next is Atmaram and Revati in Surat. We wanted to let those devotees who are going to speak who are in India, because it's, what time is it, Kishori? It's like almost 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's getting late. So Atmaram and Revati in Surat, they're also Surtis, as Jasomatinandan was. Anyone who's from Surat is called a Surti, Surti. And most of the motels here in the United States are Surtis, hotel motels. Anyway, Mataji, I see you, Revati Mataji. You can speak. You have the floor. Please try and limit it to 5 minutes. I'm sorry to have to request you, but the program is already 45 minutes over time. And but anyway, you had a very close relationship with Jasomatinandan, so we're eager to hear from you.
Prabhu, we also have Gopal Krishna Maharaj live now, just so that.
Yeah, Maharaj came, so Revati Mataji, can you wait until after Gopal Krishna Maharaj? Do you mind?
Okay.
With your permission, since I had already called your name. Gopal Krishna Maharaj apparently was on a 2.5-hour Zoom meeting with Russian devotees, and he's come now, so let him speak first. Mataji, you didn't start. Is that okay? So Gopal Krishna Maharaj, can you, Das Avatar, can you unmute Gopal? Okay. Yeah.
मैं अभी तो लाऊंगा ना,
turn on the
बोलेंगे
video.
मैंने आप भी इसकी रेडी करने की क्या जरूरत?
Huh?
No, it's silent.
No, we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Can Maharaj turn on? Can you turn on the video so we can see Maharaj?
A minute, Prabhuji.
How much time do you want?
This is on mobile. I was just checking. That's it.
Oh, so let Revati Mataji speak, and then Maharaj can speak after 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, Revati Mataji, you go. Unmute yourself. You're muted now. Yeah, now
Hare
you're unmuted.
Krishna.
Maharaj is delayed, so you can go ahead.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Vancha kalpataruvasya kripa sindhu vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. His Grace Jasomatinandan Prabhu ki jai. All glories to him. My Dandavat Pranam to him. He is a wonderful friend of mine since 70. So I'm from, when Prabhupada came in 71, in our society, Prabhupada's program was organized by one of the gentlemen, and I was coming from college, and I waited there to have a darshan and the devotees kirtan. And that's all the Prabhupada's darshan in 71 during this Surat Yatra. Then during that time only Prabhupada visited Badoli area also. And he had a 4 days Pandal program. We met Jasomatinandan Prabhu in 73 in Detroit Temple. Govardhan was temple president, and Amrish Prabhuji and so many other senior devotees are there, and we were also there. And in Indian couple, when you say, there was none during that time, you can say, practically hardly one or two. So when 75, when Prabhupada came to Chicago, and he saw and Govardhan introduced us, that here is an Indian couple and they are from Surat. So Prabhupada was very pleased, and we met Yaso in 73 in Detroit, and again came to know in the material life also we were together in Detroit. And in spiritual life, we saw him in a temple. He was in a different dress, different look. We were shocked. Then after a while, we heard that, oh, that boy was left you know, like that to India, and we were very shocked. So we were visiting like a congregation during that time in a temple, but he was fully first meeting, and that was a great mercy. Prabhupada having a household put our steps along that you are. Whenever we visited Surat from America, he used to visit us, be with us, encourage us for proper seva, and dedicate ourselves for Indian services. In 75, when we Prabhupada came to Detroit after Chicago visit, and as soon as he saw us again, and there is the first meeting in Chicago, he said, "Oh, you are from Surat and Parmang's family." So Palm community was developing, Prabhupada encouraging us to come back to India. And he said that take this knowledge on an institutional level so society will be protected. We could not realize very seriously what he means to us. And then when he came to Detroit after a week, we went to airport to receive him and Guru Puja, and I attended 4 days programs and room darshans and all this. I asked many questions. So where should we render our, services or become better Krishna conscious? So Prabhupada told us, he said, you can become Krishna conscious anywhere in the whole world, but sun is brighter in India. So Prabhupada has assigned our services in India. And since we were householder, we could not surrender, or maybe our consciousness was not up to that level of surrendering. So he has give us a hint or order also, but not so heavy order that we cannot digest it. So in 75, we received and we took our time to render services in ISKCON, different temples, New Vrindavan, New York, Berkeley Temple, and all other places. We went. Now, Srila Prabhupada has told us to go and live in San Francisco Temple. And we did that. So gradually, we render services in US as well as in India. We came back in 83 after installation of Shinaji in New Vrindavan. Since then, Jasomatinandan Prabhu was so much happy to see us in India and encouraging us for the full-time services. And at that time also we were householder life, grasthashram little. And so our seva was continued with him. His encouragement also it, but it was in a very little slow movement. And we needed each other help. We were 24 hours, we were ready to do that. He has invited us for the Ahmedabad temple opening, and we went there. Before that, in 78, when we came back to India to stay, he was extremely happy. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj from Juhu, he ordered us that we take the Sankirtan, ladies Sankirtan party in Gujarat, first ladies Sankirtan party in Gujarat. At that time, Bhagavad Gita in Gujarati was available by Jasomatinandan Prabhu's encouragement. 1200 Bhagavad Gita, I mean each individual, not like a bulk. Each individual, all the Sankirtan devotees and us in Surat railway station, 1200 Gitas in a one day. And then we proceeded further for the whole December month towards Ahmedabad and whole Gujarat. So during that time, we stayed in Ahmedabad center with him for 1 month. At that time, Sundari and Nandu were very small. In that small apartment, the temple was there, and Radhakund Mataji and they both of them, they were really caring for us, serving us, and inspiring us. How do we manage the grasthashram and the running a temple, having a full-time Prabhupada Seva in grasthashram. That is very, very tough, at the same time very encouraging. So by their inspiration, fortunately in India, we are serving Srila Prabhupada within our limited capacity and trying our level best by seeing him and getting help and encouragement time to time. So book distribution, then the temple opening, and then finally, even when our Bhaktivedanta Raj Vidyalaya installation time, our Bhaktivedanta Ashram opening time, he was always present. And he in Badoli, the last couple of years back, when we are Rath Yatra organized, fortunately, Badoli, after Prabhupada's visit in Surat 71, the first time the devotee has seen the Harinam and the Rath Yatra, and on the stage, Prabhupada has said with those Western devotees, same place, we got it for the Pandal program and Rath Yatra. Sri Jasomatinandan Prabhu has blessed us and remained present and help us to spread the glories of Srila Prabhupada in this area again. Even his health was not so permitted, but just out of our loving affection and the invitation, he has visited us. Recently with the meeting, last Ahmedabad meeting, we went there and he was very happy whenever we see each other, we ask and cooperatively, very nicely cooperatively, he appreciate whatever is lacking in our services, but he appreciated us and encouraged us. His all unconditionally dedication to Prabhupada is known to whole world, and he was the best example, him and Radha Kun Mataji, for rendering service to Prabhupada unconditionally. Prabhupada should be always first, Krishna should be always first, and then the rest of the thing is secondary. We learned from him. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you.
I'm all glories to all the children.
Thank you.
Nandu and Sundari, then Krishna Bhavna, and Kishori, all the children. I do remember your childhood days. You are like our children. And whenever you remember, come, and be together. No, you are like our children. All these days we remember. And from Surat city, from Surat in those days, Prabhupada's initiated devotee, just two of us, I mean, Jasomatinandan Prabhu and ourselves. That's all. 70, early 70, 71 I had the.
Thank you, Mataji. Mataji, thank you. Mataji, Gopal Krishna Maharaj is here now. If you don't,
yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mataji. Gopal Krishna Maharaj can begin.
Hare Krishna. I'm sorry for being so late. Can you hear me? My voice is
Yes,
at the
yeah,
end.
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Maharaj.
10 o'clock in the night here. I'm sorry for being late for this program. To be honest, I completely forgot about this program. And I was in a 2.5-hour conference with the Russian leaders. So, Jasomatinandan Prabhu was a very dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. As we all know, he met Prabhupada in Chicago, and he was very inspired by Prabhupada to surrender in the movement. He wrote a beautiful letter that Prabhupada liked so much, and I believe Prabhupada told him to get it published in the BTG. He had gone to America to study engineering, and after meeting Prabhupada, he decided his real business is to help Prabhupada in his mission. At that time, Prabhupada had established temples in the West, and he was looking for the devotees to expand the preaching in India. And while Jasomatinandan Prabhu was directed by Prabhupada to go to India and start the preaching in Gujarat. I met Jasomatinandan Prabhu for the first time in March of 75. That's when I came from the West to work in India. And we were both in Juhu, Bombay. But after being in Juhu for some time, Jasomatinandan went to Gujarat. In Bombay, Jasomatinandan was serving Prabhupada very nicely. I was told that he should massage Prabhupada every night for 2-3 hours. So this was a very sincere service. And then Prabhupada sent him to Gujarat to preach. He and his wife went to Gujarat with just 250 rupees in their pocket. And I believe they went to Ahmedabad in a third-class compartment, for which they did not even have the tickets. And they were in Ahmedabad for some time. And then they rented a facility in Ahmedabad, which was personally approved by Prabhupada. And Jasomatinandan, along with the other devotees, over the years, developed many centers all over Gujarat. Today in Gujarat, we have centers virtually in every corner. And these were all built under the guidance of Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Jasomatinandan Prabhu was also entrusted with the task of getting Prabhupada books translated in the Gujarati language. I know he was the editor of the Gujarati BTG for a period of time, and under his supervision, all of Prabhupada books were translated in Gujarati. He was also committed to book distribution. At one time in Gujarat, we had 3 or 4 traveling parties. One of them was Mataji's party, and I believe was mentioned by Revati Mataji. He was completely committed to book distribution, and he encouraged Modi to take part in book distribution. So Jasomatinandan was dedicated to Prabhupada's instructions. His life was dedicated to seeing how Chaitanya's movement expand. He was very spiritual, philosophical. He knew the scriptures very well. He knew shlokas very well. And he was a very good lecturer. Jasomatinandan and I took part in some big final programs in 1976 and later on. And by these big programs, many people were inspired. I remember we had a big program in Rang Bhavan in Surat. And after the program, somebody came up and offered us the Radha Damodar temple that was taken by ISKCON and developed further. So Jasomatinandan was very dear to Prabhupada. Prabhupada was very fond of him. His life was dedicated to Prabhupada's mission. And he served Prabhupada very sincerely. A few years ago, his health started declining. I believe he was sick for the last 8 years. But even though his health was poor, he did not stop his service. He went on serving almost till the end. So I want to offer my respects to Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I had the privilege to work with him since 1975, and we had a very good relationship. And he was a good example of a dedicated devotee whose mission was to serve Prabhupada. Jasomatinandan went on serving right till the end. and he was very determined to serve Prabhupada. He was an expert financial manager. He was very strict in making sure that Prabhupada's Lakshmi was not wasted. So we all respected Jasomatinandan Prabhu, who was a member of the bureau, and his opinions were very well respected. He was bold in presenting his views, even if others did not agree. And I want to offer my respects, and we pray that we manage facilities left behind. Jasomatinandan Prabhu was very dear to Prabhupada, and he'll be remembered for being an outstanding servant of Srila Prabhupada. Jasomatinandan Prabhu ki jai. Pastor Ghosh?
Sorry, thank you, Gopal Krishna Maharaj. I know you could have spoken much longer, but I understand you're tired from the meeting with the Moscow devotees. You just really touched the tip of the iceberg, and but we appreciate that you came to the meeting, and you were senior most actually of all the people that spoke. Jayapataka Maharaj couldn't speak. He had a health issue. Suddenly he began coughing and he had to cancel. But yeah, we're all getting old, and these are the golden years. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj, you have served ISKCON for 52 years. Maybe 53 is coming close. And, your praise of Jasomatinandan and your relationship was probably closer than anyone. Your relation with him was extremely close, confidential, and both of you pushed on the movement in ways that in the future will amaze people. That's for sure.
Pastor Ghosh, you're very kind. Thank you very much for your kind words.
It's the truth. It's the truth, Maharaj. You and Jasomatinandan did so much for ISKCON. You've acquired properties in thousands of crores. In ISKCON, really, literally, the Baroda property was acquired by Jasomatinandan, not by me. And it was for 5.5 lakhs, and today it's worth 200 crores. So what to speak of the Ahmedabad properties, the Surat property, Rajkot.
The
And,
Ahmedabad property,
big
at the time the Jasomatinandan first saw it, the whole area, there was nothing there. Jasomatinandan
Right.
brought me here and said, this is what we want to buy. I had no idea.
He purchased 2 acres, and Karsan Bhai Patel purchased 2 acres, and then he bought the other 2 from Karsan Bhai. Nirma washing powder industrialist Devakinandan mentioned about Karsan Bhai when he spoke. And what to speak of the farm, farmland is where, well, anyway, that was donated to Prabhupada, but Jasomatinandan Prabhu protected it. That Pranlal, this Bogilal donated the land, but he didn't put it in ISKCON's name, and his son Pranlal tried to take it away. And he sent Gundas to take the land also. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu, with the help of the police commissioner of Ahmedabad, was able to protect that land.
Yeah.
You want to add anything else, Gopal Krishna Maharaj? You want to say anything more?
No, I think you said it all, and I
actually didn't speak. I'm letting others speak. And Sukadev Prabhu has been waiting right from the beginning. He was the first president of Baroda. He served in Gujarat from 1979 until 1986. So he would be next. And then,
back to Gujarat.
Pardon? He should come back now. Yeah, he should. The coronavirus wiped out his business. He's still running the shop, but there's no business now because Everyone
He
orders
had,
everything online.
he had more than enough to retire.
So he never married. He's a brahmachari.
He's a brahmachari millionaire.
He has.
He's a
So
brahmachari millionaire.
what happened to him? Sukadev. Yeah. Sukadev, you have the floor. You've been waiting patiently since the. And
yes, Prabhu.
yeah, you please speak 5 minutes.
Haribol.
Of course. Yeah.
Prabhu. Vancha karpatru vaise patidana pamne bheo. Prabhu, as you know, Jasomatinandan Prabhu, I joined ISKCON in 1978 in Bombay, Juhu, in May. So I met him in 1978, and as he would come often from Gujarat to Bombay and give nice classes all the time. So he asked me one time, why don't you come to Gujarat? And I heard some from other devotees that they have a Gaushala there in Ahmedabad. And I was very eager to see the cows actually. So I say, okay. In 1979, then I came to Ahmedabad. And as you know, Prabhu, then later on, Basugos Prabhu also came 1979. And you came from Hyderabad. And then I started there going out in the Sankirtan first. Then we had only the Bhagavad Gita, only the 9 chapters were translated in the beginning, as you remember, right? And as we will go to distribute books, the people will always ask, how come that you have only 9 chapters? What about all the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita? Then we will come and tell Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Then people asking about all the 18 chapters. And then Jasomatinandan Prabhu, as you know, he translated Bhagavad Gita, then all the Srila Prabhupada books. And then after some time, I started membership with you, Vasugos Prabhu. And as I started membership in Ahmedabad with you, after some time, then I did some pujari work in Ahmedabad temple. Then Jasomatinandan Prabhu asked me, why don't you go your own and start making life members? And then we will go sometime to Baroda and we're making life members, but send the checks to Ahmedabad temple. But then he decided to rent a house in Baroda and start preaching center over there. So he rented the place as we started making life members. Then by some local peoples, we came to know that there is a big piece of land just right next to the place we were renting the house there. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu, without wasting any time, immediately he applied for the land. And he asked me to follow up with the government officers. And as I will go, and pretty soon actually we got the land. And as you know, Basugos Prabhu, you arranged the first Rath Yatra in Surat in 1981, and that was a huge success. And after that, we had the Pandal program, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu spoke. Then he had everybody chanted, okay, everybody chant together on the bead bag, and he chanted the whole one full round, and everybody chanted together. And then after that, you know how many life members you made over there. And you remember that Ishwarbhai Timbawala, he made so many life members. And after 81, then we had the Rath Yatra next in 82 in Baroda also. And that was a huge success also there over there. And then at the same time, after some time, we got the land in Baroda and we had the Pandal program. And I remember you invited Puri Maharaj also, Srila Prabhupada's god brother, and he also spoke. And after that also we made so many life members in Baroda also after the Rath Yatra and that Pandal program. So with Jasomatinandan Prabhu, actually, he was like my Shiksha Guru from the very beginning because I was very impressed by his classes. Everything he spoke authentic from the scriptures, no nonsense from nowhere, and always Srila Prabhupada. He had such a unflinching faith actually in Srila Prabhupada. As the Shastra says, Yasya Deva Para Bhakti Yatha Deva Tatha Guru, one who has faith in both Lord and the spiritual master. So he had such an unflinching faith in Srila Prabhupada. And he did so much service. He translated all the books. And in the beginning, as you know, we had only a small temple in Ahmedabad. From there, he expanded to Baroda, Surat, and all the big temples came out now. You told me that we have 20 centers. And Prabhu, just like you say, I really want to come and maybe sometimes come and stay with you. And you help me in my spiritual life, you know. And I remember 2001, I came to Baroda with Bhumana Prabhu, and he drove me to Ahmedabad, and I went to see Jasomatinandan Prabhu, and he was so nice, and he offered us such a nice prasadam, you know. And after that, then I came to US since I've been here in 86, since 86. He would often come to me and he will come, okay, I will stay with you. I said, Prabhu, please come and stay with me because my brother's wife, she will cook. And he always like the hot rice. And then he say, okay, bring some ghee also on there. But, you know, so he was a good eater and he likes prasadam. So I am really going to miss Jasomatinandan Prabhu, and I pray unto his lotus feet, please bless me, that I may do my little bhakti and surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Haribo Prabhu.
Thank you, Sukadev Prabhu.
Haribo, Haribo.
You could have also spoken a lot longer, but you know, there's a lot, still many people want to speak.
Yeah.
And this program has already gone over 3 hours. We anticipated 3 or 4 hours. So Atmaram is at Surat. He wants to speak for 2 minutes. His wife already spoke, Revati. They have 2 daughters here in ISKCON, Baltimore. So we cannot deny them. Plus their, project was connected with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And after Atmaram, I wanted to call on Vishwarup Prabhu is in Ahmedabad. I see him. He's junior in age to some of the people here in the United States who haven't spoken yet, like Bailal Bai and also Vanamali Pandit Das. And so I want to, but first give these 2 people a chance. And then Bailal Kaka and Vanamali Pandit and Sham Krishna, some of the more senior devotees here in the US. So, Atmaram, where are you? You can unmute yourself. You're with Revati Mata. Yeah. Okay, Atmaram Prabhu, you have the floor. Please begin.
Prabhu, unmute yourself first.
He's still muted?
Yeah, he's muted.
You have to unmute there.
Okay, yeah.
We can hear you now.
Did it, okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Deshaya Bhutale Srimate Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Bacharani Srinivadi Pascharini Vancha Kalpataru Rastakata Sindhu Patitanam Pavane Vaishnavyo Namo Namaha. So I want to thank Vasudev Prabhu to Jasomatinandan's memories. So we were good friends with each other and try to serve Srila Prabhupada in the best of our capacities. And because he was the wonderful, totally dedicated and committed, very sincere and serious personality to Vaishnav, to serve Srila Prabhupada, wonderful example for all of us also. And for myself also. And services, Prabhupada's order, what Mataji already mentioned, we were planning and serving. So in 1990, this Bhaktivedanta Rajendra English School project has started, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu always participated with us in all the different functions and the services. One time, Jasomatinandan Prabhu, we were in Ahmedabad for the temple opening ceremony, and at the same time to render some seva for Srinathji over there in Ahmedabad. So at that time he said, now this project Prabhupada has given you, which is such a wonderful that for centuries and centuries together, many things may change, but this educational system will continue, though the method may change. So with this educational system, devotees will get, the students will get this Krishna consciousness knowledge, and they will be able to spread it in a best capacity they would have digested. So this was his realization also about this school. And many other times, Jasomatinandan Prabhu lastly came in Bardoli also in the first Rath Yatra, which Mataji also mentioned about it. And also we met him in this meeting also. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu were always seeing the opportunity of how to serve Srila Prabhupada. And we all have said that and recognized it. And it is really, really very, very wonderful to be with Jasomatinandan Prabhuji and his children and all the Vaishnavas, all of you Vaishnavas. Whatever we are trying to render little seva here, it is the mercy of course, Prabhupada and Guru Parampara and everybody, but to all Vaishnavas' mercies are all carry out this seva to the always good, even during this sickness time. We were all chanting little extra round or whatever capacity we can to reach this message of peace and happiness to the soul. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu can remain in that very good, situation and go back to Srila Prabhupada. But all pray together and request Guru Parampara, Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Panchatattva, and
Prabhu, I think he is having a bad connectivity.
Yeah, I can't hear. I cannot hear it.
To wherever Jasomatinandan Prabhu is with Srila Prabhu. So, okay, I will stop
Prabhu,
here.
you were cut. Yeah, you were. Your connectivity wasn't so good. Anyway.
Yeah, the battery is very low in the phone. That's why I think it's happening.
You're from the phone.
Okay. Anyway, all right. Last but not the least, my pranam to Jasomatinandan Prabhu and all of you Vaishnavas, and Hare Krishna. Jai Ho.
So Vishwarup Prabhu, I know it's late for you, so I'm giving you a chance before Many other seniors, please unmute yourself. You, of course, were one of the closest people to Jasomatinandan Prabhu. So we need to hear from you before it gets too late in India. It's already too late. It's already 10:30. Vishwarup?
Thank you very much, Prabhu.
I can't see you. Please turn on your video. We want to see you, if that's possible. It's not
Yeah,
possible.
my video is on.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm not able to see. You should be highlighted. Okay, I can see you. Go on.
Thank
Try
you very
and
much,
keep
Prabhu.
it to 5 minutes
Oh,
if possible.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very fortunate that I had the opportunity to be with Jasomatinandan Prabhu very closely since last 25 years since I joined. Because when I joined Krishna Consciousness in 1995, he's the first person whom I got introduced with. And within first or one or two meetings, we were two brothers, myself and my elder brother, Chaturanga Prabhu. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu, within first, second, or maybe second or third meeting, he gifted us the set of Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he had very strong love for Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he told us that uh, you, at least in your lifetime, you should read this book once, Chaitanya Charitamrita. You please read that. And since that, I was hearing his lectures and whatever I could understand, I could memorize or whatever. It's only hearing in his lectures. He was giving weekly lectures, and he was giving daily um, association and guidance. So those days uh, was very special because, of course, he was very strict. His impression was he was very strict, and very less people were, um, dare to go to see him. But somehow he was very affectionate to me. So I was anyway going close to him and spending a lot of time with him. And once I told him that Prabhuji, many people find you very strict, and they don't dare to come to you. So they fear, they're scared of you. So one day smilingly said, is it so? Am I looking like a ghost? I said, no. Well, they are very scared of you. He said, say, it is good that I have less people to interact. That's fine. But even though he was very strong from the outside, but he was very soft inside, because his affection was very strong. And he had a very deep attachment towards six Goswamis and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was very famous for his lectures on Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I remember he told that Srila Prabhupada personally attended his lecture, and he appreciated very much. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu was appointed by Prabhupada to meet the local Goswamis in Vrindavan to explain our principle, Vaishnava principle. So he was very strong and faithful to Srila Prabhupada. Once he told me, when some devotee asked him that, what is the, you have so many temples in Gujarat. So now, is there something which you would like to have, which you would like to get, which you would like to see something? So something you want. So it was expected that you might say that, okay, we have now 10, 12 temples. In future, we should have 20, 25 temples, or we have more books distributed, or more devotees. But he very simply said only one line. He said that uh, I would be happy if all the devotees in Gujarat, especially, they read Srila Prabhupada books carefully. I will be happy. This much I am willing for. So he was having a very strong attachment for Srila Prabhupada. And once he also told me that, Vishwarup, ISKCON is my life. I can never give up ISKCON in any moment. And ISKCON, my entire life, all my breathing, everything is like, he was saying that my everything is.
be all and end all is ISKCON. So he was having a very strong uh, dedication and affection or love for Srila Prabhupada's instruction. He personally told once, so many times he asked them talk about please your earlier days. So he used to say that when I first went to US, so when I first introduced to the devotees, I saw one white body American devotee was talking about uh, our Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. He was giving a lecture, and he was talking about the supremacy of Krishna. And when I heard, and I was thinking, Prabhuji was saying like that, I am an Indian and I cannot explain this sloka so nicely, and this is an American, and he can speak so much confidently about my religion. So he was so influenced, and he decided that there must be somebody who is training him. So he asked that who is your guru? Who is training you? So they said Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhuji was very much inspired, especially he had a great affection for Krishna book, because once he asked Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, um, when we read your books, especially Krishna book, how could you even write this? Such nice description. How can you write this thing? I mean, how did you write it? Srila Prabhupada said, well, this is, I also don't know how did I write all that, but I can understand that Krishna dictated, Krishna inspired me to write this. So therefore, these are direct words of Krishna. So every Janmashtami in Ahmedabad, Jasomatinandan Prabhu would ask us to read Krishna book throughout the day. That was every year he was doing this. So there's a lot of memories. I had spent good time, as Prabhuji always took me as his son. And last 7-8 years he was physically not well, I spent a lot of time with him, and he was so affectionate and so humble and so loving. He personally used to serve me, and even though I'm not hungry, he would force me to eat with him, and he will decide what will I eat. He was having so much love and affection for me. So I'm missing him a lot, but I pray to his lotus feet that he has now he's somewhere in Srila Prabhupada's association serving Srila Prabhupada. So please keep me engaged in Srila Prabhupada services. Anyway, my body is not useful for anything, but something which he considered best, I can serve to Srila Prabhupada and his mission, and at least I can make this best use of bad bargain. So I request Jasomatinandan Prabhu to always keep me under his shelter, and under all you senior Vaishnavas also. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vishwarup Prabhu. Vishwarup Prabhu is a very good preacher in Ahmedabad.
It's 12 o'clock.
We've
Hare
had
Krishna
3.5 hours now. Yeah.
So I'll request that you go next. Again, no time restriction for you, but we'll request you to please keep in mind we have other speakers also.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Bailal Patel is there, and Dr. Vanamali Pandit, Dr. Shyam Krishna, and Dr. Advaita Acharya are those four I know. If there's anybody else.
Prabhuji. So you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. In a few minutes, I won't be able to narrate the whole. I guess it's 47 years of association. Since when I joined the temple, I was 17 years old by American calculation, 18 running in India. And Jasomatinandan Prabhu was the temple Indian. There was actually another Indian man in the temple who was older and very, what do you call it, introverted. And Jasomatinandan was the opposite. He was extremely extroverted. And boy, I joined in February 1973. I moved into the temple. And, I had a lot of association with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. February, March, April, May. I think in May he went to Los Angeles. Radha Kund Mataji, who became his wife, was also in Chicago. My younger sister, used to do service with Radha Kund Mataji. Jasomatinandan Prabhu was in a regular conflict in those days with the president and vice president of Chicago Temple, because he was, he had a, what do you call it? He was a very headstrong person, as we all know, those who know him, knew him. He was very headstrong, as who described in the beginning, he was very opinionated. And, but ideologically, he was always right, so if he saw something wrong, ideologically, he would just come out with it. And the president and the vice president were pretty control freak types in those days. But anyway, that's what I remember. Yeah, he was a preacher right from the beginning. He used to preach to the guests. And after he went to Los Angeles and got married, it was December of 1973. He came back for the December marathon to Chicago Temple, which was in Evanston, not in Chicago. And he asked me, do you want to come to India? And I said, sure. And it was by he inspired me to come. And Giriraj Maharaj, I want, is Giriraj Maharaj still on the call? He is. He spoke to Giriraj Maharaj, who was in Chicago recuperating from jaundice, as I remember. And they together spoke with Satsvarup, who was our GBC, and I got the Hari Jandi, the green flag, to come to India. So when I came to India in February 74, Jasomatinandan Prabhu had already reached Juhu. As things had it, I went to Hyderabad, and after Prabhupada passed away, I continued in Hyderabad for another year. And then in Mayapur, 1979, I had various offers. Jayapataka Swami had offered me, Bhavananda was in charge of Vrindavan, but I opted to go with Jasomatinandan. The reason was that he had, I knew him, and also Gopal Krishna Maharaj. I think he dropped out of the call, but he was. I had this desire to become an Indian citizen, and as things had it, Jasomatinandan helped me more, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj also facilitated that. I became vice president of Ahmedabad Temple in 1979, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu came away to the United States, and I managed the Janmashtami festival in his absence. But he came back, and when I came, there were 6 devotees in Ahmedabad, and that was it. We had that one center on the bank of the Sabarmati River in the Ashram Road area of Ahmedabad. Abhinanda came there. Abhinanda didn't join the call. Maybe I forgot to invite him. I apologize to him. Maybe I did. I can't remember now. Anyway, Abhinanda was there, and there was another devotee called Piyush Kanti, who later on became a Buddhist and wouldn't talk to us after that. But he spent some months. Bhumna also spent some time in Ahmedabad in 79. And then later on, we had the program in Baroda that Sukadev Prabhu mentioned that program, I think. Actually, Sukadev made a mistake about the Surat Rath Yatra. The first Rath Yatra was in 1980. And 81, there was a second one, and both of them were just, they were tremendous. Thousands and thousands of people attended those Rath Yatras. But in the 81 Rath Yatra, the press turned against us because we were throwing prasad from the Rath cart, and that was considered offensive. Anyway, I stayed in Ahmedabad 80, then 82, 81, 80, 81. After the Surat Rath Yatra, I stayed in Surat for a year and a half. Jasomatinandan's father used to come by walk and visit me. We were in the Dhavalgiri apartment, which is at the Atwa Lines road in Surat. And when I was there, this temple was offered by the villagers in Jahangirpura, where today ISKCON, actually there's 3 centers in Surat now. I could tell you more about that, but time is killing me. It's killing us because it's coming on to 4 hours in 20 minutes. So how much can I say? But the achievements that Jasomatinandan Prabhu he was empowered, we can say, Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi Tar Prabartan. Without the power of Krishna, one cannot preach. And he was driven from the day one. He got a Krishna book, as Vishwarup Prabhu just described, and then he met the devotees at Detroit Temple, and then Bhagawan, the president of the temple, took him to New York and introduced him to Prabhupada in June of 72. And thereafter, he went to New Vrindavan for Janmashtami 72. That was before I joined. I joined 73, as I mentioned. And when he came there, Prabhupada said, if you shave your head, I'll initiate you. So he shaved his head. And after shaving his head, he felt ashamed because he knew many people in Detroit. So he didn't want to be a shaven-headed person in Detroit. So he moved to Chicago Temple in Evanston around October 72. So that's 47 years ago. Wow. It's an old 47 is almost 50. And as I mentioned earlier, it's 4.5 yugas according to Sanskrit scholars, 10 years being a yuga, jokingly. So it was a very long innings for him. Giriraj Maharaj spoke very nicely. He had a lot of, personal association. Gopal Krishna Maharaj had even more over the years, obviously, because Giriraj Maharaj left India. But what Giriraj Maharaj did was no less amazing. Because of ISKCON Juhu, ISKCON became recognized and established and became, respected in India because of the Juhu temple. That was Prabhupada's brilliance, and Giriraj Maharaj contributed to that, and so did Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Prabhupada did not live to see the opening of that temple, but I was there at the opening. Giriraj Maharaj was there, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was there, Trivikram Maharaj was there, so many. Nava Yogendra Swami, he was in the Ahmedabad program a week ago, but didn't join us today. He was crying when we had the Ahmedabad program a week back. There's so much more, what can I, in a few minutes, like I said earlier, thousands of crores of rupees properties were obtained by Jasomatinandan Prabhu, publishing the books. Srinathji Das, he's also left this world. He contributed to ISKCON Gujarat in the beginning. What to speak of giving the Chopati temple to ISKCON. He also had a good relation with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Wow. There's a lot of things that won't be able to, Ambarish Prabhu saw Mahavishnu Goswami built a temple in Dwarka. Jasomatinandan Prabhu gave him all freedom and encouragement. And there's a 40 crore, 50 crore temple in Rajkot, all marble temple because of that. Now there's 5 acres in Bhuj. There's 3 acres in Bhavnagar. There's Jamnagar, Vallabh Vidyanagar, land Sham Krishna and Advaita Acharya, who have been waiting patiently throughout this whole program. If it wasn't for their father, Nam Kirtan Prabhu, who got that Vallabhidyanagar house donated by Phula Kaka, then Satchit Anand Prabhu, who didn't speak on Sunday, but he spoke at there was another program. And today, we didn't somehow oversight. I apologize for that. He built a big ashram and built a temple there. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu empowered various devotees to preach, and in his absence, to carry out the movement and expand it even further. We are actually not number one in Gujarat. Swami Narayan is number one, as we know. Our Vallabh Sampradaya is fading, but so we have to catch up. Pramukh Swami's BAPS has a temple in every town of Gujarat without any men. They're all empty temples. Nobody is there. And, I can tell you some of their sadhus are attracted to our movement. I don't want to talk about details, but one of their sadhus from one of their temples calls up and speaks to me, and he's amazed about ISKCON preaching all over the world. So anyway, Jasomatinandan Prabhu has set a firm foundation for ISKCON in Gujarat. He will not be forgotten, just like Prabhupada is not forgotten. But of course, Prabhupada is Prabhupada. What he did in 12 years, is incomparable. But Jasomatinandan, by comparison, spent more than twice as much time preaching Krishna consciousness. Anyway, it's the will of Krishna, and now we have to go on without him, which will be very difficult. It won't be easy. So what can I say more? I can say a lot, but I better wind it up and let the others have a few minutes also.
Yes, Prabhuji, because we are almost, it's 12:15 over here.
Right, it's 3 hours and 45 minutes. So you want to wind it up in 15 minutes. Let Bailal Kaka speak, and then Vanamali Pandit, they're, very elderly people. Bailal Kaka is 80 years old. Vanamali Pandit, 78. And then Sham Krishna Prabhu is 72. So I think we should give all of them a chance.
Sure.
Bailal Kaka, you go ahead now. Is he muted or unmuted?
Yes,
You're
Hare
unmuted.
Krishna Prabhu.
Please,
Hare
Bailal
Krishna,
Kaka,
Hare Krishna
Chicago.
to all devotee. I can't believe my friend Jasumati Prabhu is no more with us. When I hear, then I didn't believe it first time. I'm honored to have known him from Janak Joshi to become a Jasomatinandan Das by blessing of Sri Prabhupada, who has great personal regards for Jasomatinandan Das and so interesting him for many service. His devotional journey is glorious and historical. I have interacted with him from Chicago to Ahmedabad every year when I visit from there or he visits Chicago. He visit every year, but since 3-4 years he didn't come because it was it was I suggested become a citizen of USA to get a benefit, so he don't have to come. So that's why I meet only when I go to Ahmedabad. He was an amazing man, full of wisdom, who has dedicated his life and soul to service of his ISKCON movement. After Sri Prabhupada advised him go to Gujarat, and after he moved Ahmedabad, he gave his everything to spreading the Krishna consciousness in Gujarat and beyond, open to Hare Krishna temple and translate the Prabhupada books into Gujarati. We have a Dwarkadhish Bhakti Gurus in Chicago, and we use Gita in Gujarati, and it was a blessing of Jasomatinandan Das that we have a Gujarati Gita, and most of the books he has the translate in Gujarati. I have both set, English set and Gujarati set. When I confuse in English, then I use Gujarati. Then sometime I call Jasomatinandan, what is meaning of this? I have lost my friends and the true dedicated servant of Sri Prabhupada. I'm greatly saddened by his departure, but I'm sure that his dedication is the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. My condolences to his all family members, Radhakunda Mataji, Sundari, Nandan, Balaram, Krishna, Krishna Bhavana, Kishori, Rupa, Shyam, and Haridas, and all devotee of Ahmedabad and all friends and family, and who all Vaishnav who know him. I pray and gratitude to his grace, Jasomatinandan Bab. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna,
Thank you,
Prabhu. I
Bailal.
like it because it is a short of time. That's why I make shorter. I can talk about for 24 hours about him.
Right.
Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you. Thank you for attending the program. Thank you for speaking. Excuse us for the time problem. So, Vanamali Pandit Prabhu, Dr. Vibhakar Modi, you are last but not least. You're not last actually, but and you're not least. So please speak.
Okay, can you see me?
No, yes, we can see you. But I think take your computer down a little. Your nose, right, a little up. Okay, yeah, perfect. Please, Prabhu.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to our Vaishnavas. So much has been said, and you can say so much more, but time is growing short. So, we visited him briefly in Ahmedabad, and is very good host. He made sure that we were very comfortable, freshly cooked meal, and he even gave us his room to stay overnight. So that was there. Also, I was very impressed. We were very impressed by his scholarship in Sanskrit. He would always quote right words at the right time, and it was like his second language to him. And in spite of all his contribution and accomplishments, what I found was he was always so humble. I never found a touch of ego in his behavior or in his presentation, and always very encouraging. So we all sort of thankful to him, and we wish that we can continue to get his blessings, and we pray for him. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. It's kind of you to have sat patiently and waited. So, Dr. Sham Krishna Prabhu, now it's your turn, and then Dr. Advaita Acharya Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupada Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Semate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Diname Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvisesu Nivadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vanja Kalpataru Pasya Kripa Sindhu Vayavascha Patita Bhavnebhyo Vishnavebhyo. I have no qualifications to really glorify His Grace Jasomatinandan Prabhu, but I will like to express on behalf of my family our gratitude to him, what he has done for us. My father, Namkirtan Das, was here in Potomac Temple in 1980, and somehow he came to know about Jasomatinandan Prabhu, and he started writing later. And so then my father asked my brother Advaita Acharya to go and see him and meet him, which he met him, I believe, in 1980 or 81. I'm not exactly sure which year. Then in 81, we all went to India, and my father and mother, they were supposed to come back to USA and go back to put on a temple. But then he personally, of course, he wanted to see him and meet him personally. So he went to Ahmedabad and he met him. And Jasomatinandan, by his magic, convinced him to stay in Gujarat and preach. Not only that, he grew as a very good preacher, and he sent him to Vidyanagar, even also Vadodara, under the supervision of Basugos Prabhu, and Chotila near Rajkot. And of course, he spent most of the time in Ahmedabad in association with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. But because of that connections, all of my family members have come into Krishna consciousness. And not only that, but he was the instrument to have our introductions to our spiritual master, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Swami Maharaj. So I can describe so much, but he has done so much fun for the Namkiran Das family, and we are very, very much obligated for what he has done. Of course, as mentioned by a lot of people, how great host he was. Whenever anybody from my family member went to Ahmedabad, he will personally invite, particularly for the Rajbhog, in his quarter, and he will make sure that we have ample prasadam and we are satisfied. So he was very gracious person, good heart, I would say great heart. And in my opinion, my observations, Prabhupada has given us many, many Mahatma. And among many, many Mahatma, there are, I would say, some great Mahatma. And I think he will be, in my opinion, he's one of the those greatest Mahatma. Even though he was Grahastha and never took sannyas or never became Guru, but he was as good as any sannyasi or as good as any Guru in ISKCON movement. So my koti dandavat pranam at his lotus feet, and I can say that, thank you, Jasomatinandan Prabhu. I had the opportunity first time to meet him in 1983 when he came to USA along with my sister Vishakha, and that's how I was introduced to him. Vishakha was accompanying Jasomatinandan Prabhu. They stayed with us, and I was at that time, first time I could could understand that he was very lovingly addressed as Bapa. I never could understand what Bapa, why were they calling him Bapa, because practically he's of my age. Actually, we have only 1 month difference in our age. And I have met him several times whenever I went to Gujarat, and I was pretty much welcome. He has taken care of our family, my parents and Vishakha. They stayed in the order temple, and they served. My sister Vishakha became a very powerful big book distributor along with Surangi Mata. Like, they were competing all the time, and this is all because of his grace that they nurtured many of us, and particularly my family, my sister Vishakha, and of course, as mentioned, my father was very, very close to him, and my last conversation with him was on his past birthday when I called him, and we had 5 minutes talk. And in that talk, he always asked, how is your wife, how is your brother, how is Yamna Mata. So he was very affectionate to our family, and he has done so much. Of course, we know how much he has done for Prabhupada and ISKCON movement at large, but he has also done so much for our family, and I want to have koti koti pranam. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Jai Jasomatinandan Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Sham Krishna Prabhu. I think we really have run out of time. I don't know, the Shamrup Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhuji.
There's also Radha Charan Prabhu from Surat. He's the president of there's a preaching center at Vesu. He's the general manager, technically.
Sure, please
And
invite
then,
him.
And then there's Dr. Advaita Acharya. So these two could speak for
After
2
these
minutes.
two, then we'll be showing the video.
Right, and you
we'll
can
end the
wind up.
program.
4 hours. 4 hours is a long time.
Yes.
Radha Charan Prabhu, do you want to speak for 2 minutes?
Prabhuji, Dandar Pranam. Actually, I am more interested to hear from all of you. I am very new and very neophyte, very junior.
No,
It is better if I hear from all of you, please.
Prabhu, we already heard from everyone. You are at the very end. So don't worry. Tell us something. And turn
So I
on
just
your video, please.
I pay my obeisances to the lotus feet of Jasomatinandan Prabhuji and all the assembled Vaishnavas over here. You all are very senior and like my gurus. Or should I speak in English only, Prabhuji? Or Hindi?
Yeah.
English,
Speak
okay.
in English.
English, okay, fine. So actually, this is my very good fortune that I could come in contact with Jasomatinandan Prabhuji. And he's really a father figure for all of us, particularly for we, the youth to say, or these juniors and the next generation. And the way all you have described very well, the achievements, what he has already shown, achieved, are always remember. And as Vasu Prabhu very well told, that as we will remember Prabhupada for all over the world, and the Gujarat can never forget the contribution, the achievements, the mercy, the way he managed everything in Gujarat. And this is also true, he was very strict, but for the principles that Prabhupada also was very strict. And this is very essential to maintain the principles. And sometimes we feel that it is very hard, but it is very essential. And the way he developed, managed all the centers, despite his very fragile health, such poor health conditions, this give me a very big boost up and inspiration that I'm also not very good in health, but considering and remembering Jasomatinandan Prabhu, I feel encouraged. Yes, despite all this, by Krishna's grace, by Guru's grace, Vaishnava's grace, everything is possible. And the memory, the consciousness Prabhuji has shown, the love he has shown, whoever comes from anywhere to Ahmedabad is always taking very personal care, very good hospitality, feeding prasadam to everyone very lovingly. Despite if he is not pleased with anyone for any reason, or the devotee is not pleased, but his behavior is very affectionate and is treated everyone as a very exalted Vaishnavas. That is specialty. And this is very good inspiration for me also. In a nutshell, I'll say on one word, he is really a commander-in-chief of Prabhupada. His achievements are many times higher than many sannyasis also. He is sannyasi within, he is sannyasi outside. And the way he struggled in the Gujarat, where all the pseudo spiritual organizations are here so deep rooted, it needs a lot of potency, which he has already had. And he has empowered so many devotees over here in Gujarat who are creating so many new centers. And his legacy should continue. If we remember him, he begged for his mercy. And I beg forgiveness from Jasomatinandan Prabhuji before all of you, that I very much repent now. I could have taken much of the close association with him, and learned a lot of things which I missed, which I cannot recover them except meditating upon him. I very humbly pray at his lotus feet. Please, Prabhuji, forgive me for anything if I have done wrong or not pleasing to you. And please bless us so that we can just continue your footsteps to please Prabhupada and all the Vaishnavas in ISKCON. And we can have the same staunch attachment to ISKCON, this organization in Prabhupada, and contribute something by your grace. Thank you very much. Jasomatinandan Prabhu ji ki jai. Hare Krishna. Sabhi Vaishnava ki jai. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Advaita Acharya Prabhu, please unmute your. Please go ahead. Both of you can speak.
Thank you very much, Vasugos Prabhu. First of all, let's my humble prayers to Jasomatinandan Prabhu. We're going to miss him. His contributions to our family, his contributions to Gujarat is unforgivable. Cannot forget that. First time I got into ISKCON temple is Ahmedabad temple. I was a practicing physician, and my father used to write me from India, from America, that please go to see Jasomati in Ahmedabad. And I was thinking about is a man or woman. I have no clue. Because Jasomati is common name for women and men in Gujarat. Anyway, I because of my father's request, I went to Ahmedabad temple first time with my friend, and I spent one night there. And I realized first time it was Sunday program, I believe, at 5 o'clock in the evening. There's nice occasions was going on, and Jasomatinandan Prabhu came out, very sharp, very smart looking, very handsome. And he came sit down in a white clothes, and he started singing Sistaskam, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prayers. First time I heard from his mouth. It was so appealing, so pleasing. And that was my first interaction with Jasomatinandan Prabhu. And because of his mercy, Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj also visited to our home, and he has given so much love and affections to our family. Actually, in Gujarat, Jasomatinandan Prabhu will never be forgiven, forgotten, because his contribution is so much that we cannot even imagine. He has given so much to all Gujaratis, especially in Ahmedabad. Shastra Das Prabhu was one of my mama, and he was also, remember, actually when he passed away, Jasomatinandan Prabhu has taken Guru Maharaj, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to his own funeral in a small village. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu has tremendous love for all his what you call Vaishnava devotees, and I think he was greatest inspirations to all of us, and we really admire his contributions to Gujarat. Of course, Jasomatinandan Prabhu is from top to the bottom level. He is very likable, very respectable among all his god brothers, sannyasis, but he is also respected by even smallest person. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu is a great devotee. We're going to remember him, and we will hopefully have his association in the future. Hare Krishna.
Krishnanand Prabhu, you want to say something?
I just want to pray to His Grace, Jasomatinandan Prabhu, to forgive me whatever the offenses that I have committed during I knew him in India, because I was so new in 1984. I stayed 1 month in December marathon time, and the first time I knew the Jasomatinandan Prabhu, because my father told me to go and stay over there. So I was just, I did not wanted to go, but because my father kind of forced me to go and stay. So I reluctantly, I just went for book distribution and everything, which is, I was not actually was interested in that one. So Jasomatinandan Prabhu was always chastising me for every time, and I never appreciated, never liked it. So actually, I was appreciating more Jasomatinandan Prabhu when I left India and I came to America, and I got little realization in Krishna consciousness. And that time I was always appreciating Jasomatinandan Prabhu, what he has done for me when I was ignorant, completely in the dark. And then when Jasomatinandan Prabhu used to come to our house, I always wanted to serve him. Last time when he came to our house, like 2 years ago in September, I requested him that Prabhuji, please come and stay with us for a week or 2 weeks and bless us. and he promised me that I will come. But the day never came now. I really, really appreciated Jasomatinandan Prabhu, what he has done for me. In my ignorance, I made a lot of offenses actually. So I want to just ask his forgiveness, and I want to pray him that please continue to bless me and continue to give me inspiration to serve this ISKCON movement. His Grace Jasomatinandan Prabhu ki jai ho.
Well, thank you. There are many more people I imagine who could speak here, but
Let's show the video, Prabhuji.
Sure.
Kumar Prabhu.
Yeah.
Now we'll show the video and we'll end the program.
Prabhu, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Shyam Prabhu as well for organizing.
Thank you, everyone. So, we are devotees from ISKCON Baltimore. I just want to give darshan to everybody. The temple is open. Before everybody goes, please have a darshan of our small, beautiful temple here in Baltimore. If you get a chance, please come visit us. Take darshan of our Lordship, Shri Shri Nitai Gaur Sundar, Shri Shri Radha Madhav, Jagannath Baldev Subhadra, and our dear most Srila Prabhupada. I want to thank all the devotees who participated. I want to thank my organizing team, that is Nand Kumar Krishna Prabhu, Jagannath Priya Prabhu, and of course, Basu Ghosh Prabhu, you know, and all other devotees, Dr. Advaitacharya, Sham Krishna Prabhu, Krishnanand Prabhu, our temple president, His Grace Nil Madhav Prabhu, for allowing to make this program possible, you know. So I thank everyone. Please, please bless us. And if we committed any offense, please forgive us. We are just new generation devotees and we are just trying to learn. So please forgive us if we made any mistake. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Jai Vanchakal Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So now we will end this call. Hare Krishna. Basu Ghosh Prabhu, are you there?
Hare Krishna.
Yes, I'm here. You want me for anything?
Last comment, Mahan.
We anyway, and I think you can post the link to the memory of that Jasomatinandan Prabhu, his Prabhupada memories on your website.
Yes,
The
also,
Baltimore web.
just to let everyone, we have this video on YouTube and also on Facebook. We were live also on Mayapur TV, and as I can see, we have close to 9,000 devotees who came in and out of Facebook. I have not seen the stats of YouTube, but a lot of devotees came. Those who missed the earlier, because this call went almost now 4 hours. So those who have missed early Maharaja or Srila Prabhupada disciples speaking about Jasomatinandan Prabhu, you can rewind and you can go and watch it on YouTube. We will also post the link on YouTube. The YouTube link on our Facebook page, and we will also circulate it. The link, the Prabhupada Memories link that Basu Ghosh Prabhu just mentioned about Jasomatinandan Prabhu speaking about Srila Prabhupada, we will also post that. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
What is the link of the YouTube, Prabhu?
Prabhu, if you go to YouTube, just write ISKCON Baltimore Live and you can see the latest session. That would be today's session.
Okay. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kishori, Nandu, everyone, for coming.
Thank you so much. We're indebted.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much to all the wonderful devotees.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you
All
very
Chicago Gujarati devotees, please accept our humble obeisances to all. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you to Baltimore devotees for organizing such a wonderful program. Thank you. Hare
Thank you,
Krishna.
bro. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please come have a darshan of our DDs.
Yes,
Basu Ghosh
Prabhu.
Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you,
Jai
Shyam
Srila
Prabhu. Thank you
Prabhupada
very
ki jai.
Jai.
Leave it here.
Hare Krishna.
Nice,
Hare
wonderful,
Krishna.
Baltimore, ISKCON Chicago, Haribol.
Haribol.
Srila
Hare
Prabhupada
Krishna.
ki jai.
Jai.